You hear me? Did I come through well? morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so just before I start, I want to thank you for that. All right, so I just want to establish a few house rules. Very important to keep the aisles free, please. There's going to be a bit of movement from the technical crew, but also you don't want to disrupt movement. All right, so if you need to step out to take a phone call, there are doors. I think that door to my right, which is your left, you can just step out and pick your phone call. Having said that, with phones, can we please put our phones on silent? So there are two things you need to take note of with your phones. One, put the ringer on silent. Two, check your media play. You might open up a video in the middle of today, and the sound, you don't want everybody looking at you, right? So please turn your media play volume all the way down. All right? Okay. When you step out, if you need to use the restroom, there are people available to just direct you. And if you've been here before, then you already know where it is. Having said that, once again, good morning. My name is Day, and very much Nigerian. By March, we will still be wishing each other a happy new year. So happy new year, everyone. It's good to be here on the first working Monday of the year. But perhaps for PJ, as he's fondly called, it's not just about the first working Monday of the year, is it? There's something about, I'm told that a generation is categorized as 20 to 30 years, depending on the cultural context. We have with us a man who has lived at least 4 generations, right? That's fantastic. Happy birthday, sir. Over the next few hours, today's occasion, which marks, as you know, Professor Jeyifo is an intellectual. I'm coming back to culture and how when you mark 80 years, we throw a big celebration, don't we? And then we talk about the person. We will spend some of that time talking about him, but more so talking about his work. He's dedicated a lifetime to intellectual discourse, his personal pursuit, but also triggering those conversations in rooms across the world. And so today kind of helps us do some sort of, it will be a poor summary, but it will be a summary nonetheless. How do you sum up 80 years in 2-3 hours? And that's what we're going to try to do today. So our conversation marking his 80th birthday, the theme for the day, pedagogy, curriculum, and decolonization, then and now. It's an invitation to reflect on enduring struggles over knowledge, power, education, and liberation. These themes, these key points have been at the heart of Professor Jeyifo's work over the decades. And there's no better time to have those conversations than now, no better time to mark it than today. Having said that, one more time, if you could please put your hands together as we celebrate Professor Jeyifo. Thank you. So we will start off today with the national anthem. If I can ask you to rise to your feet, we'll take the first stanza. Thank you. You can take your seats. Now, I've got the pleasure of welcoming our organizers for the day. We're very pleased to have you here, but it's not my words that will capture that. If you can please put your hands together for the welcome address, Ms. Muturayo Alaka, Executive Director and CEO of the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism.
Thank you, Nabila. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My welcome address is short. I think the greatest perks of my job is that I get to meet people are very much like the future that I dreamed of. The future amongst people who are contributing to society, future among people who are interested in country and community, future amongst people who are dedicated to human beings and their development. And so it is a very great pleasure for me to be here today, living the future that I imagined. And I have Mr. Dakolo Yomi, Professor Rokoshekoni, and others to thank for that, and for introducing me to the really great BJ, who I first encountered in 2012 when we wanted him to speak at the lecture. A trip to China prevented him from coming that year. In 2013, we did a follow-up a bit earlier, and he was here in Nigeria at the NIA to speak to the subject of freedom of information. And afterwards, he was also here, just, was it last year, when Professor Wole Soyinka was 90. And for me, I think that beyond planning the programs and beyond making great events like this happen, it is the people behind those things that really make a difference. The contact with the uniqueness of human beings and what value they bring to community. And I've been so privileged to experience that, to be BJ's personal PA on his first trip, and welcome him at the airport, take him to his hotel, bring him to the lecture and take him back to BJ. Happy birthday. It's such a pleasure to know people who live really for country getting better every day and do something about that. And it's great for us to have Professor Gopal in the house. Yes, please, put your hands together. At the WSIJ, we really understand that there are so many intellectuals globally, and we acknowledge and appreciate intellectualism. But what we appreciate more are the people who come with a heart, in addition to being people who have such great brains. And we always have speakers who embody that. Beyond just being intelligent, they are kind. They are people who care about the things they talk about. And I've seen that in Professor Gopal, and it's such a pleasure to have her in the room. We also thank our chairperson of the day, Professor Gumbi, who has been, and his lovely wife, Chief of Gumbi, who is also in the room, who has been a huge support for the center since inception. I remember the early years when we would go have dinners in his home, and he would host one meeting or the other. And so we thank you all for being here. We thank the community that supports us, a lot of familiar faces in the room, our former board chair, Professor Rokoshekoni, and all of the people who support the center. We're sure today is going to be useful for you all, for the young people in the room who were deliberate in bringing you here, because you are today and you are the future. And we are really hoping that our country, Nigeria, the continent, and the global south entirely will be better because you all came. So thank you all. It's going to be a great time. Please go ahead and meet people, and more than that, let us ensure that we're doing the best in our corners to make the world better. Thank you. Happy birthday again, BJ.
On the note of gratitude, I want to take us back to where she started. She said she's living her dream, right? To stand here and to meet people such as Professor Jeyifo, people such as Professor Gopal. And I want to use that to sort of encourage us, right? Again, I'm coming back to the new year. For BJ, it's the true definition of a new year. It might as well be the 1st of January for him. Having said that, thank you, Ms. Alaka. To give opening remarks, Tannis Books is a company, it's a book publisher, and they've dedicated their entire existence to producing scholarly work, textbooks and whatnot. out, and that makes it makes it, fortuitous. It's quite right that we have the chairperson of Tannis Books with us, who will be giving the opening remarks. Please put your hands together for Dr. Yemi Ogunbi.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking Remarkable Event. I want to thank all the organizers, Akpo, Trial, Kunle, the entire team for putting this together to honor a friend, a brother, but also one of the finest academics and intellectuals of my generation. I can't think of too many people like BJ in my generation to attain the kind of stature that BJ has attained. So I want to thank them for putting this together. But I don't think the organizers fully understand what they've done. I don't think they know the impact. You see, the odds were so stacked up against BJ that he wasn't meant to live to be 80. BJ wasn't meant to live to be 80. BJ inherited a genetic trait that took away his brother as a very young man. When that trait was found in BJ, BJ happened to be living in the US to live to be 80. When BJ was born, for 7 days, he went through a very rare form of blood, what is it, child, jaundice. And after 7 days, he was given up as God. That story was told to me by BJ's mom. But part of the problem also, and you might think it's lighter, was that the odds were also self-inflicted. Let me put that in context. I first met BJ 65 years ago. We met in 1961. He was 15, I was 14. We met in high school. I come into the boys' high school to start my career in secondary school. BJ and I hit it off as if we had known each other all our lives. What got us together was two things. I spoke pidgin English. Professor Copper, pidgin English is, I'll explain that to you later. So we spoke it as if we were from Saple. You know what that means? If you speak pidgin, it's like a Safi boy. Yeah, well, you know what that is. So BJ was shocked. And BJ had grown up around the barracks in Okebala, so his own BJ was just. So we became very close. And secondly, I had come to school from one with a stack of Agatha Christie novels. I loved crime fiction. BJ loved crime fiction, so he would take my copy, read a copy a day. He would take a book, and then by the evening it was done. He would return it to me the next day. I'll get his own from him, and that's what got us very close. But BJ was a handful. At 15, BJ was a handful. BJ got into trouble at school every day. Not sometimes, every day. And so here was I. Now, in Form 1, in those days, if you were in Form 1, you didn't become a friend, become friend with somebody in Form 2. So the line was drawn. But BJ and I got across that, became very at that time, you didn't comply with school rules, BJ wouldn't come to, you name it. So in those days, if you didn't come to those things, you got it was a whip. BJ didn't mind it, so he would go and then they would come. So I said to him, at 14, I said, BJ, look, one of the things we did at that time was something called nature study. So you had where a bed for flowers. So you would stand by your, during the rainy season, each child would stand by this flower bed, with the bed, plant the flower. It was part of nature study course. It was, so that part of the program drew about 30% of the 100% grade. So you would do it, and on Fridays we would stand by the flower bed, and Mr. Oshoyejo, who was the nature study teacher, would come and grade you. So BJ would never come to those things. So I said to BJ, let me do the flower bed for you. Don't come out, do it, and then on Friday, just come and stand by the bed, so you'll be graded. So he agreed. He said, all right, you guys have right. So he agreed. So I went, did up the place for him. On Friday, I could hear Oshoyejo because the class before us, he had to say, Biodun Jeyifo, which was his name, Biodun Jeyifo. Oh, he did a good job. Where is he? BJ wasn't there. The next Monday, he was giving the whip. I said, BJ, come on, what's the matter with you? BJ, and I had this fear at age 14 that BJ went into trouble someday. It bothered me. I lived with that fear all through, that BJ would get in trouble someday. And he did. BJ took on the school authorities, got into trouble his final year, and that's another story. But then BJ, one of the few students in the school, wanted him to come and college Ibadan for higher school. Because BJ was, like, for me, a figure of inspiration. I said, if BJ going to GCI, I would get into something like GCI too. I worked so hard. I got into King's College. So BJ then said he was going to study English. I was going to study law. As BJ said, Yemi, don't do. I have letters there I'm going to show you. You don't see I brought these letters there. Letters wrote to me some 50 years ago. BJ then said to me, let's do English, don't do law. I said, she said yes. So I said, I'll do law. So when we went to Ibadan, I said to myself, not doing like, I'm going to Ibadan. When we got to Ibadan, I was put in a hall called Zik Hall. I wanted to be somewhere else. DJ was in Kuti Hall. He was doing a summer holiday with the school authorities. BJ went and altered my hall into Kuti Hall and took off the Zik Hall. So I ended up becoming his hallmate in Kuti Hall. BJ finished, said he was going to work, graduate work at New York University. I said, BJ, you sure? I said, yes. Let me join me. So I ended up at New York University, did dramatic literature like BJ. But one area where I failed badly, I didn't come close to a first class in English. But BJ was somebody I looked up to practically all my early years. And I owe so much to him. So much that cannot be said today here. I'm not going to say to what I'm just saying. Let's just let you know where it all came from. And when we got to New York, BJ got into trouble. BJ led a demonstration against one Professor Shockley, some racist professor who had come to NYU to give us a lecture on econometrics. BJ was to be sent home. He had just finished writing his thesis. BJ was to be sent back to Nigeria, and he would never have completed his exam. And I said, BJ, you'll get into trouble. Please don't do these things. So BJ comes back home, becomes ASU president. BJ had a Volkswagen Beetle. BJ would drive that Beetle from Ife to Katsina to Sokoto to Kano, and would leave Sokoto and would drive to Suka. BJ drove alone in that Volkswagen Beetle. So one day, Shada and I went to see him and said, BJ, you're going to kill us. This is too much. Oh, come on. And BJ is the worst driver. Has anybody sat in a car where BJ drives? BJ is the worst. So we sat with him and he looked and said, yes, Shade, you're right. I think I should be more careful. The very next week, BJ drove that petrol car to Suka for another meeting. And you know what? That tenure of BJ as ASU president is one of the most dynamic in the history of Nigeria. Because that period of BJ's tenure as ASU president gave us the autonomy which we enjoy today in universities. BJ's tenure gave us TED fund. These things are not known by people. Don't know these things. It was that same tenure BJ almost drove himself to death to get us TED fund, to get us autonomy. In those days, if you appointed a vice chancellor, you would submit 3 names to the authorities. They would pick another 3 names. BJ said no. That tenure, as president said no. Let the universities pick their vice chancellors and appoint them. That's what we do today. But that was started because BJ fought that fight as a president. But remember, BJ almost got himself killed in that process. And so BJ has lived, has survived. In spite of all our fears and concerns over the years, BJ reminds us of what it means to stand as a testimony of the human will to survive. BJ survived. He didn't just survive, he didn't just live, but a life. BJ has lived a life of tremendous impact that has no parallel, as I said before, in my generation. None. Just look at the sheer volume of work, intellectual work from BJ. The books, the essays, the interventions, the literary essays from BJ, they are not parallel anywhere. But apart from being the world's preeminent authority on Soyinka's works, BJ's radical interdisciplinary approach to literary criticism across continents, across genres and ideology sets him apart from any other African intellectual or scholar of our time. BJ is in a class by himself. And perhaps one of his most enduring legacies has been the fact that he has taught and raised a whole generation of students who have themselves become intellectuals today. As you can see from our prof here, our guest speaker today, among others. I mean, Chidi wrote a brilliant piece yesterday in this day, which captured what I'm saying here, that one of BJ's biggest legacies has been the fact that as we speak here today, many of us present here were students of BJ who have in their own rights become intellectuals and academics. Yes, we all sometimes succumb to the traps laid out for us by the aging process. Such traps manifest themselves through ill health, causing us to slow down. Yes, BJ has slowed down, but it keeps reminding us that it's going to be okay. It's going nowhere now. Thank you again for putting this up in honor of BJ. BJ deserves it. He deserves more. If we spend a full week of celebrations, that would not have been enough. BJ deserves to be celebrated every day in our country and our society. He deserves it. I'd like to end by thanking our guest speaker, Professor Priya Gopal, who is, of course, Professor of Post-Colonial Studies at Cambridge. As I understand it, the title of our lecture is Who is Afraid of Decolonization? Reflections on Particular Pasts and Planetary Futures. Professor Gopal has done extensive work on post-colonial literature in India and also some work on race, the empire, and globalization. What is also interesting about her academic background is the fact that her doctoral thesis titled Midnight's Labors, Gender, Nation, and Narratives of Social Transformation in Transitional India, 1932 to 1954, was supervised by BJ himself. So, Prof, thank you for coming. The honor of having you here is entirely ours. I'd also like to thank all the speakers listed to take part into this event. I see that my good friend, Professor Rob Shekoni, is one of the guest speakers. I'm not sure if Professor Ibrahim is here, but he's also listed to speak. There's, of course, Magaga is also listed to speak, and I think there's also Sam is also listed to speak. I think Mrs. Anyadeke is also there listed to speak. And so I want to thank them also for being here. And when I was preparing what to say at this event, and I said, the way I feel, the kind of joy I feel, I tried to put that in English, put that down in English, and I couldn't find proper expression for that. I even looked at Yoruba expressions. I could only find the expression, I'm thinking of Ayadeke, in Igbo. And the Igbo expression is, Aumeju. Like that. It actually means that the very essence of my being vibrates with joy. That's what it means. It's not just it's different. It means that I hear you speakers are perfect. Yeah? Yes, when I say means that the very essence of my being vibrates with so much joy for today's events. And that's the way I feel. Which is why I want to end by thanking the organizers again to say that don't BJ, not just BJ, don't us. A great honor by letting us be here. So honor BJ. BJ, who will live to be 90. Emi Akosi, Belaye, Ajera Omwe, Badagba si. Oh, Nidagba Oshi. You will live long. I want to welcome my good friend Essien, Femi Falana, who has just walked in here. But also to say, enjoy yourselves as Motayo said, let's make contacts. Let's have a lovely day, and we'll be here until about 2, 3, maybe 4 o'clock before we leave. All right? Yes? Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much. By the way, I now BJ does this is a letter BJ wrote to me. I wasn't going to read it, but it was written to me in 1969. BJ was 23. He doesn't know have his letter. BJ, should I read it? No, I should read it. But this letter, I think I should let it was his first trip to the UK. I was in Kano spending my holiday with my parents. And BJ sent me, I had written a letter to him, and he said to me, no, I shouldn't read it. Okay, I won't read it. And it starts by saying, you can see it's all, I got this from my archives. He said, this is a letter. It was an email in 1969 from BJ. Should I read it? Professor Shekoni, should I read it?
Let us rebel against the
Well, you think I should read it? I'm going to try. It says, Dear Yemi, you were not expecting to receive my reply to your letter from England, were you? Well, I'm here. I got here some 3 days ago. What an experience coming to London. Come to London. So all night from the air, before we landed at London's Heathrow Airport, it was very impressive. Countless number of seemingly well-arranged neon lights. This is BJ writing at, all giving the effect of a big bazaar. But down here on terra firma, now this is now, you have to understand that BJ was in his first year at Ibadan. So, but it says, but here on the ground, it says, but down here on Terra Firma, it's not so impressive. There are too many old buildings, but hear me, the sheer size of the place is overwhelming. A bus from Brixton here in the southwest, southward of London, so the whatever that's gone off there now, takes about an hour and a half of fast driving through an endless maze of streets and byways. And here, more than anywhere else, I've never known you are confronted by the full effects of urbanism and cosmopolitanism. You see people, hundreds of them going on, brushing past you on their business, personal relationships reduced to nil. And if you meet a friend and greeted him as you would do at home, you would create quite a scene. But worst of all, Yemi, is a question of race relations. Did you mention something about hate for the white? It was writing to my letter to him. Did you mention something about hate for whites? Well, you shouldn't. Of all the European nations, or rather the whole Western world, the British come off relatively best when it comes to race habits. But for all that blackness in a face hair reduces you to less than a second-class citizen, you can never get a good or decent job. All or nearly all Nigerians who come here to read or study are employed in fourth-rate jobs, such as laborers, factory hands, and yes, the best of the lot, dishwashers, grave diggers, and morgue attendants. All this, you will agree, presents a gloomy picture. But it seems that our compatriots here, and those of us who come here for holidays, have come to terms with the situation in quiet acquiescence. After all, it is not a bloody country. And top of all, I think it is not clear now, uncomfortable lives await us in Nigeria. And of course, the pay is much better here than at home. And you can actually manage to live in grand style, own a flat, a TV set, a big Grundig radiogram, and a refrigerator. So we compromise, swallow the insults, and attend unceasing rounds of Nigerian-style parties. I myself will start working in a factory soon. I anticipate the unpleasantness and will stomach them, even though sometimes I sit with hate. And my brother tells me what he asks me what was the matter. The big question, of course, is that of development in Africa and the black world. There is hardly time for us to acquire the know-how in technology and allied subjects. But pardon me, Yemi, I'm not pessimistic, and as such, I share your sentiments. And so I do share your sentiments. I do not think the white race will ever pay for all they have done to us. One thing that is the most complete in, one thing that is in the most complete imperialism in the history of the human race. They dominate us not only economically, but in every area of life. Our politics, our attitudes, our thoughts, even our psyche. And this tragic situation is not helped by the fact that you will agree that in Africa, our concern and for some our concern and for some time to come will be the rat race for security. Rat race for security, interesting. We have broken off with our past, our stabler past, less of a fault reality, really, and we do not look forward to the future. I saw Shade the other day. I saw Shade the other day before I left, and she was quite fine. I will write her soon. Kunle Akindele works at Niger Right Railways, General Manager's office, so and so. And then mentions a few. Well, greetings, everybody. Expect you soon. Biodun. This was written 19. Now, I'm sorry that the reading wasn't as, because the writing was, BJ's writing was not the best, but that's okay. I mean, but this is BJ writing in 1969. He was only 23 years old. And you can see the depth of reasoning in that. He didn't know I was going to bring this. I have other letters from him, and it wasn't going to bring. There was a letter he wrote to me from when I was at King's College, and he was discussing. I had told him what books we were reading, and we had this long expose about English literature that also really inspired me. So BJ deserves to be celebrated today and forever. Thank you.
10 minutes, sir. That's all you spent. I do want to take a moment to thank Dr. Ogunbiyi sincerely. He's giving us insight into so much. And the idea that there's a lot of young people in the room, right? The idea that we can hear of a BJ at 16 being quite wily, if I may say so myself, but being this stalwart of a man, right? It does show you what is possible. So Dr. Ogunbiyi, thank you so much, sir, for that, for sharing with us your personal moments. And if I may say so, here is to friendships that last, that inspire, that challenge you, so that 65 years later, you will stand on a stage and share with a room full of young people how someone inspired you. Yes, thank you again, sir. Dr. Ogunbiyi did start to introduce our keynote speaker. However, I will be inviting to the stage, I will mention him because while he's making his way here, it gives you some insight. Dapo Oloriyomi, publisher of Premium Times, a man who, for those of us who operate in today's Nigerian media space, we know what this man is. So imagine someone like this coming up to stage to talk about his teacher and someone who inspires him. So he will be formally introducing our keynote speaker today.
Thank you very much. I also want to join and say a big thank you to Dr. Yemi Ogunbiyi for that very, very insightful drive. Without the people like Dr. Ogunbiyi and obviously BJ and Co, we will not be here. So in a sense, today's event is homage to teachers and deep gratitude to, a wonderful life that you gave us. Thank you, sir. My job here is a little less complicated. It's to introduce Priya, our keynote speaker, and I'll just run through it in a few minutes. It's an honor and a source of genuine pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker at today's event, Professor Priya Gopal, Professor of Post-Colonial Studies at Cambridge University. She has traveled all the way from Bangalore, India, for this event, and we are intensely grateful to her for accepting our invitation, especially at a time like this, just for a few days into the new year. Professor Gopal is a most fitting person to deliver the keynote at an event to honor Professor Biodun Jeyifo, our own BJ. Among the scores of students that BJ mentored in his final decade or so at Cornell University, Priya stands out in her capacity for making both theoretical and practical connections between scholarly ideas and deeply consequential political developments, and in her readiness to be outspoken and persistently so about those developments. In an important sense, her personal background from a family of diplomats can be said to have prepared her for that productive encounter. The comparative experience of living in different parts of the world has ensured that she relates to the world with unstinted commitment to inclusivity. She is truly a post-colonial scholar, but one for which that academic discipline will never lose the historical, which is to say political weight that occasioned its emergence. Yes, she might have caught her teeth under BJ's tutelage, but as someone who's followed her career as a scholar activist will attest, she has successfully struck out on her own and has become a powerful beacon to a new generation of scholars. Priya is fellow of Churchill College, Cambridge, and of the Royal Society of Literature. Most recently, she was a resident fellow at Princeton University's Institute for Advanced Study. Her books include Literary Radicalism in India, Gender, Nation, and the Transition to Independence, a 2005 publication, The Indian English Novel, 2009, and Insurgent Empire, Anti-Colonial Resistance and British Descent, 2019, a book that takes the agency of colonial subjects as a point of departure, thus turning the imperial history which casts such people as victims of colonialism on its head. Currently, Priya is working on a project called Decolonization, the life and times of an idea, from which her lecture today entitled, Who is Afraid of Decolonization? Reflections on particular past and planetary futures is derived. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us to welcome Professor Gopal to the podium.
I think I have to take a minute to just set this up. Sorry. Is it okay for me to take a little bit of this? Hi, good morning. Thank you so much to the Wole Soyinka Center for the tremendous privilege of this invite. Is that okay? Yeah, yeah. And for making it possible for me to be here to honor BJ, my teacher, my friend, and always, always a comrade. Particular thanks to Motunrayo Alaka, the director of the center, and her very able assistants, Hope Nawadiwe and Laura Ede, and others for their hospitality and kindness. Thank you, Dapo, also for the very kind introduction. Thank you, Dr. Ogunbi, for chairing this session. It gives me enormous joy, really enormous joy, to be here. These dialogues too often take place in the West and through the West, or mediated by the West. Dialogues south to south are rarer and more precious and more urgent for that. So thank you for hosting me and letting me come here. Having said that, I ask this audience to feel for me. It has been 27 years since I last presented my work to BJ. I remember nearly 30 years ago presenting my first chapter to him. There was a long silence. Then a letter arrived, handwritten letter, a long letter. I still have it. And recently, I shared it with my own students because they is that okay? Thank you. Because they undergo a similar baptism of fire at the end of their first year. And each time, I remember BJ. I remember weeping copiously after receiving it. And then I remember reading it again, getting it together, the penny dropping, and the light bulb going off in my head. And for that, I am grateful. He told me not to waste my time having arid, abstract arguments with theoreticians and then applying those arguments to the text. He told me to let the text speak. He told me to let the text argue and to speak to the text and to respect the text, that all these other arguments and theories and theoreticians were secondary. And I have always remembered that, and I always share that same experience with my students. So thank you, BJ. To pay tribute to one's doctoral supervisor would be a simpler matter if his influence was restricted to the 2 to 3 years one spent writing a thesis. However, I've grappled with the ideas raised in BJ's seminars and our discussions for much longer than he might realize. Many of our conversations, many of them about democracy and authoritarianism in the ex-colonial world, are very fresh in my mind and drive my thinking still. The field known as post-colonial studies was perhaps at the height of its putatively insurgent fame when in 1994 I went to seek out the Nigerian Marxist at Cornell as he had been described to me. I myself had recently graduated from India's then fabled dissident institution, Jawaharlal Nehru University, now fast degrading under deliberate targeting by the current Hindu ethno-nationalist regime under Narendra Modi. At the same time, there had issued a challenge to post-colonial studies from the Indo-Pakistani scholar Ejaz Ahmed. He had criticized the outsized presence in the field of privileged class scholars from Indian migrant communities, and what he saw as its undue emphasis on colonialism at the expense of the actual thematic concerns of literature from outside Europe. Can we have the first slide? Is that, are the slides happening? If not, oh, there we go. And he said, Ahmed declared that the non-Anglophone Indian literature he was familiar with had mandated, quote, that a critique of others, anti-colonialism, be conducted in the perspective of an even more comprehensive, multifaceted critique of bodies, of ourselves, our class structures, our familial ideologies, our management of bodies and sexualities, our idealisms, our silences. It was a call to take the agency of non-Western societies seriously, the kind of call to de-emphasize the colonial relationship and take seriously the agency of the ex-colonized that has been articulated more recently by another Nigerian professor at Cornell, Olufemi Taiwo, who I've not had the pleasure of meeting yet. In BJ's classes, interrupted one year by serious illness, which he fortunately prevailed over, we were introduced to Ahmed's work and variously to the works of African dramatists like Soyinka and Fugard, writers like Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Ken Saro-Wiwa. I do know Pidgin because we studied Sosa Boy. As well as the classic liberationist thinkers, including Ngugi himself, Edward Said and Frantz Fanon, among others. I still teach many of those texts. I also remember reading J.M. Blount's collection, 1492, The Debate on Colonialism, Eurocentrism and History, a text to which I have returned recently. That date, 1492, remains significant, even more so after the events of this past weekend. In writing my own dissertation, however, after conversations with BJ about dissidence and opposition in our own post-colonial national contexts, Nigeria and India, I followed something of the track that Ahmed had mapped, examining a group of dissident Indian writers, the Progressive Writers Association, who were particularly interested in questions of radical transformation after the end of colonialism, including familial structures and gendered relationships. These writers, mostly Muslim, dissident from both the new nation of India and their own generally conservative communities, were no friends of colonialism, but insistent that the moment of independence was also laden with possibilities for radical social and economic change within the new nation. For them, decolonization was a historic opportunity for more wide-ranging change. Literature and drama, they believed, could help transform national consciousness towards these goals. Flag independence was a new beginning rather than the end goal of decolonization. When I arrived at Cambridge after a brief, unhappy spell teaching at a small liberal arts college in the US, I did not see myself as working on colonialism or indeed post-colonialism, a fact that I think appealed to my new colleagues, defensive as they were about the British Empire's legacies. My trajectory shifted somewhat after 2009, by which time I had become quite inadvertently involved in controversial public discussions in Britain on the legacies of the British Empire. Speaking against a strongly denialist and glorifying narrative of empire entrenched in the British mainstream by the BBC, among others, I found myself returning to colonial discourse analysis and the liberationist tradition. Despite requests from publishers, however, I resisted a book strictly in the vein of a counter-history of empire. As an Indian in the 21st century, I had come to see the pitfalls of national consciousness writ large in the emergence of Hindu majoritarianism, and I wanted to think about anti-colonialism outside the frame of nationalism, which, to my mind, was starting to look like a poisoned chalice. In the book that I ultimately wrote, Insurgent Empire, I continued to think about the dissent that was central to my earlier work, but this time, opposition to colonialism and empire from within the metropole itself, British critics of empire. And we need to remember that there were people within Britain who resisted Britain's own imperial project, just like there are people in the United States today resisting the United States imperial project. I argued that their dissent and criticism was fomented by anti-colonial resistance outside Britain, the colonies influencing Britain through reverse tutelage. Around the time that I was completing that book, events on South African university campuses around the Rhodes Must Fall and Fees Must Fall movements had inspired a chain of protests in some European campuses with attendant calls to decolonize curricula, which for the most part involved asking Western universities to acknowledge colonialism and to diversify their syllabi to include some non-Western materials. Or at least that is how most institutions, including mine, interpreted it. In a sense, this was inviting European universities to come very late to the debate that had already been had decades ago in Makerere by Ngugi and others, leading to their famous call to abolish the English department in African universities. Never slow to follow a trend, publishing houses were again eager for books or how-to books on nothing less than how to decolonize. In the realm of curriculum, a few useful works did emerge in the Anglosphere that more or less reworked the Makerere discussions for the present and for the European context, but less radically. I again resisted the invitation, the immediate invitation to write on it, but like others, I've been mulling over the concept of decolonization. I am sympathetic to the exasperation that drives Professor Taiwo's recent book, Against Decolonization. There is a clear danger of decolonization turning into a facile catch-all and an alibi for perpetual victimhood. And yet, I am for decolonization. After 5 consequential world-altering centuries, it is not a project we can turn our back on, not yet. My current project, a book provisionally entitled Decolonization, Life and Times of an Idea, argues that decolonization in its most expansive sense remains an important and relevant concept for our burning planet and genocidal international political order, connected to many contemporary struggles around race, ecology, economics, land, governance, self-determination, and coexistence. In this context, I've often found myself thinking by the afterlife of that conjuncture. The situation of arrested decolonization, however, remains largely, not only largely unchanged, but is also the common condition across the global south. For nowhere in the world has decolonization come to fruition. Instead, it is a process that was initiated but then diverted, hijacked, or twisted into something else entirely. Across the 50s and 60s, decolonization emerged on the world's long night which preceded it. There were other letdowns, including failures of redistribution and land reforms, progressive family and gender legislation put into abeyance, and so on. Nonetheless, to speak of arrested decolonization does presume that there was once a clear moral and political vision, or at least a set of principles and even processes which were abrogated. Is that true? To answer that, one might return at least briefly to that mid-50s moment of the 2 great conferences, the first African-Asian conference in Bandung in 1955 and the second Bandung in Paris, the second Bandung so-called, the first International Congress of Black Writers and Artists in 1956, organized by the journal Présence Africaine. Could we have the next? Yes, that's, I think the Bandung slide was just before this. Is that still there? Yes, so there's Nkrumah and Nehru, of course, and then we can move on to the next slide, which is the famous picture with one single woman, one single mystery woman at the center. And if anyone knows who that is, I'm very eager to hear. It isn't. I'm not sure that it is. Yes, so apparently that's what is thought to be, but apparently that is not the case. Yes. Yeah. We'll find out. Anyway, a discussion to be had. Bandung 1955 sought to bring together the national leaders of African and Asian territories that had become independent of European colonial rule or were about to gain independence, as in Ghana's case. Like the conference in Bandung, which was in fact overwhelmingly Asian, the 1956 Congress of Writers sought to address the question of colonialism's legacies as the age of European empires finally drew to a close, but with a specific focus on Africa, blackness, and culture in a global frame. Present at the gathering were literary and political figures, men, it should be specified, for the absence of women was noted, in fact, by Richard Wright. And these men were either stentorian voices criticizing colonialism or would become known for it as the century progressed. They included Césaire, Frantz Fanon, Leopold Senghor, George Lamming, Jacques Alexis, and Jacques Rabemananhara, and of course James Baldwin and Richard Wright were famously present. The seeming cohesion of the Bandung story as the site for the emergence of the Third World and the non-aligned movements obscures a more fragmented reality. In fact, those who attended that conference did not necessarily agree on what decolonization would entail. There were significant differences of perspective on some key questions, including capitalism versus socialism. What there was agreement on from start to finish was the centrality of the independent nation state as the fundamental unit of decolonization. One historian has noted that of the 10 principles enumerated in the final communique, 5 were on state sovereignty and territorial integrity. And obviously, after the events of this past weekend, one is not dismissive of that. In many ways, this emphasis on state sovereignty remains the most widely understood version of decolonization. What really brings together the Bandung Conference of 1955 and the Paris Congress of 1956 is the fact that those assembled at each thought of themselves and those they sought to represent not as victims of colonialism, but as agents of decolonization. They would now harness the power to shape history and remake the world. Whatever the realities of the situation, hopes were certainly articulated at a world-changing scale. At Bandung, the denizens of ex-colonies were hailed by Sukarno as, quote, peoples of a different stature and standing in the world. At the Paris Congress the following year, the Venerable Alioune Diop opened the conference with the proclamation that, quote, we of the non-European world must awaken new values in all men and explore together the universes born of the encounter of peoples. Although at first the term itself referred simply to the withdrawal of a foreign military presence, decolonization has developed over time into a conceptual assemblage of arguments for transforming societies after the end of European imperial rule. Professor Taiwo urges us against such an expansive understanding, and I'm going to cite him now. I believe that once flag independence was in place and the colonized had become captains of their own ships, any talk of colonization persisting will not pass Fanonian, Cabralian, or Nkrumahist muster. That claim, I think, is debatable, at least where Fanon is concerned. Many of the thinkers and campaigners who came to prominence in the 1950s and 1960s, including Fanon and his fellow Martinican firebrand, the poet and politician Aimé Césaire, both of whom were present at the Paris Congress, would open out decolonization to cover a number of related phenomena: resistance to colonialism, the danger of neo-colonialism, and the need for radical social and economic transformation after independence. A persistent concern in this regard, especially for Fanon, had to do with the role of native elites in the new nation and the dangers of powers and privileges merely changing hands, or what the British quite simply called the transfer of power. The contemporary relevance of decolonization derives from the reality of arrest. While in Paris, as at Bandung, there were robust differences and arguments on cultures after colonialism, the most rapturously received and frankly most significant speeches stressed the importance of decolonization as a historic opportunity for deep transformation. For Fanon, Césaire at the Congress and in their other writings would stress the capacities of cultures and civilizations to renew themselves, to engage with others and change for the better. To them, colonialism had undermined the most fundamental characteristic of all living cultures, the faculty of self-renewal. And this is something we discussed very intensively in BJ's seminars. Neither Fanon nor Césaire saw decolonization as a retreat into a silo or a rejection of the West in toto. Both saw the infliction of a slow death on colonized cultures as an intentional strategy dedicated to the enrichment of colonial elites. anything that came in the way of a system founded on money was targeted for destruction. As peoples of African descent took their place on the world stage, the role of the black intellectual and writer was to facilitate the retaking of historical initiative away from the sclerosis. And the generation that BJ belongs to and the generation that follows him are precisely about that. With such high hopes and with so much insistence on taking initiative, how did the project of decolonization go into arrest? Answers vary, depend of course on context, but in general, attempts to decolonize the economic landscape or the inherited economic order vary greatly, ranging from mild reforms to more radical redistributive initiatives. The extraction of resources and labor as also continued dispossession and ecological damage towards the enrichment of a small number is the most salient feature of the colonial system, and the fact is it has not, on the whole, changed across most ex-colonial contexts. Similarly, the apparatus, including police and military, and the legal system of the colonial state was largely left intact, and again used for repressive and authoritarian purposes, now in the name of the nation state rather than the king emperor. In some cases, decolonizing contexts have turned into recolonizing ones, with post-colonial nations acting very much in the same way as their former European colonial masters had towards particular populations and communities. In historical terms, the imperative to revisit the meaning and scope of decolonization has never been stronger. However, there is the problem, incipiently visible at Bandung and warned against by the likes of George Lamming in Paris, of cultural or ethnic chauvinism occupying the space of decolonization. The case of Hindutva, or Hindu supremacism in India, is only the most flagrant, but also the most telling example, given the extent to which it is bound up with neoliberalism, the relentless privatization of public resources and spaces. Only in some ways a response to colonial racism, ethnic, religious, and national chauvinism tend to simply mimic and mirror the civilizational rhetoric of colonialism and racism. And the context is that in India, the present Hindutva regime claims to be decolonizing India. While nationalism was clearly central to most anti-colonial resistance movements, not least because of the wide legitimacy that had accrued to the nation state, we might have to admit that it came with those dangers built in. As Vasuki, Nesaya, and others have pointed out, nationalism enabled decolonization to be initiated, but it also opened the way, quote, for ethnic, racial, and religious majorities to be treated as the prime beneficiaries of sovereignty, even when minority groups were given juridical or constitutional equality. In some cases, majoritarianism has resulted in civil wars, while in others, religious and ethnic nationalism has been galloping steadily towards full-fledged authoritarian and exclusionary visions of nation. Sorry, it's warmer than I thought it would be in Lagos. Today, the call to decolonize must be interpreted in the context of the reality of the arrest to which BJ pointed, the arrest in which independence came to stand in for decolonization while cutting off its more radical possibilities. Given the scale and complexity of colonialism's operations, including its routine collaboration with native elites, decolonization could never really have been a simple matter of ending what Bandung, the final communique, repeatedly called alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation. Subjugation, domination, and exploitation, both within and without nations, must come under scrutiny. There was certainly an awareness at Bandung that national independence had to be given content and meaning, but the question of what had made colonialism an evil which should be speedily brought to an end and how those evils could be avoided in the future were never really answered. It is for us to continue to grapple with that question rather than assume colonialism is ended by the withdrawal of a foreign power. To the extent that many national discussions about decolonization remain inflected by Bandung, decolonization too often appears to devolve into the binary of native and alien, local and foreign. National independence does not in and of itself address the challenge of decolonization as a full spectrum project of remaking the world itself. And this last is a point of disagreement between me and Professor Taiwo, who rejects the demand that decolonization means that the world must be remade entirely. From my perspective, the world as it is currently constituted is inhospitable for the majority of its denizens, intolerable even, many of whom still remain without adequate nutrition, shelter, education, and healthcare in ways that are absolutely connected to the dynamic of extraction and wealth concentration. The world under fossil capitalism is also about to annihilate itself. My discussion so far has presumed a decolonizing global south and arrested decolonization to be sure, but nonetheless one that had commenced. In concluding, I turn to the salient and painful question which stalked the edges of Bandung and is unresolved 70 years on, returning the question of colonialism and liberation, specifically settler colonialism and decolonization, to the table. As scholars have pointed out, while Israel was controversially but pointedly excluded from Bandung, because it had been lobbying to be included on the basis that it too was decolonized, the independent state-centric nature of that 1955 conference meant that there was no representative from immediately post-Nakba Palestine to make the case against a catastrophic settler colonialism that took hold literally as formal political decolonization commenced across Asia and Africa. Today, as we all know, that settler colonial project, though repeatedly unsettled by resistance, violent and non-violent, has reached a seriously genocidal conjuncture. By the most conservative estimates, tens of thousands of non-combatant Palestinians from Gaza have perished, while many hundreds of thousands more are unhoused. The urban area of the Strip has been flattened into thousands of tons of rubble. What does this mean for our contemporary engagements with decolonization beyond demanding independent and sovereign status for the state of Palestine? At Bandung, it had been left to the Syrian delegation to note, quote, that Palestine does not figure in this conference, which stands in testimony to the denial of the Arabs of Palestine of their rights of self-determination. It is an extraordinary indictment of the hopes of Bandung that those words have had to be repeated over the years in various international forums, and that they are no less relevant today than they were then. To those of us who had, despite it all, mentally moved into the space of the post-colonial, meaning the era after flag independence, embracing the status of our polities and of ourselves as historical agents, we have had the rudest and crudest of awakenings over the past 2 years. Always on guard for symptoms of the neo-colonial, we have watched stunned as the spirit, not of Bandung, but the spirit of 1492, when Europe set sail to bury its teeth in the throat of Indian civilizations in the Americas, has been distilled into the most concentrated, destructive, and death-dealing acid in historical Palestine. And I wrote this before the events of the weekend. The main difference is that this time, this paleo-colonial decimation, dispossession, and slaughter has been live streamed onto our screens for 27 months now and counting. In the face of this, we must ask, whatever happened to the global South? That political entity which emerged first out of Bandung and then out of the Tricontinental Conference in Havana in 1966, then dubbed the Third World. Historical agents to what end? The transnational anti-colonial links invoked here and in multiple other congresses manifest in a series of feeble, if symbolically valuable, UN resolutions condemning the genocide and the ongoing illegal appropriation of lands. They do manifest in South Africa's honorable case against Israel at the International Court of Justice, but that's about the sum of it. What else can be done, we might ask? There are two obvious choices, of course, in facing the Goliath of Israel, backed by the near entirety of the West, the United States' fiscal and military might in particular. Well, there could be collective military intervention, a mighty Afro-Asian peacekeeping force enforcing no-fly zones and ground protection. There are obvious limitations and dangers to that, but I am not going to reject that out of hand either. Let us then turn, though, to the other weapon of the week: boycott, divestment, and sanctions. These weapons ultimately prevailed in some form against apartheid South Africa. Why have these not been deployed on a transnational scale across the global South, which boasts in its midst the formation BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, to which have been recently added Egypt, Iran, Ethiopia, the UAE, Indonesia, and Saudi Arabia, and a new category of partner countries includes Nigeria? Why has this massive bloc, with some truly gigantic constituent economies, failed to sanction, divest, and cut trade ties with Israel? One of the points made by Professor Taivo in his critique of decolonization is that the choice of a capitalist path to development should not be seen as a sign of lingering colonialism. That may be true, but as the planet burns more swiftly than we like to think, as dispossession proceeds largely unchallenged in historical Palestine, and while the privatization of goods and resources proceeds to historic highs, can we really write out an alternative to capitalism out of our understanding of decolonization? Colonialism is nothing if not the dynamic of appropriation, dispossession, extraction, ecocide, and wealth concentration, i.e. capitalism. This process is less racialized than it used to be, certainly, though still far from transcending race. Rather than turn us away from seeing anti-capitalism as fundamental to decolonization, I think we are invited to think about which colonial strategies and philosophies persist, not only as neocolonialism, but as renewed colonial projects within and by nation states. This is a form of recolonization familiar both in Nigeria and India, where deeply destructive and extractive corporate projects harm and dispossess local communities and ecosystems. The axis of capitalist power is moving slowly but certainly southwards, but this does not promise decolonization, except in the most spare and tendentious sense of non-Europeans taking the reins of economic and political power. This shifting axis has done very little either for Palestine generally or Gaza specifically. While the genocide that is underway has been rightly described as a, quote, transnational effort coordinated and organized by the advanced capitalist countries of the West together with Israel, end quote, it is also the case that the advancing capitalist countries of the non-West, including the Arab world, have done very little with their material power to intervene non-militarily. Egypt just signed a gigantic gas deal with Israel, claiming it was purely commercial, not political, and partner. So we must ask, is there something within the global and transnational workings of capitalism that actually militates against resistance to colonialism? The last slide for conclusion. In 1959, at the Second Congress of Black Writers and Artists, held this time in Rome, Césaire would address the neologism decolonization. And I won't read this quotation, but this is what he had to say. While stressing that even the worst decolonization is better than the best colonization, Césaire makes an important observation often forgotten today. The difference between decolonization and colonization is not one of degree, but of kind. Decolonization has to be qualitatively different from colonialism, not just a change of guard. It simply cannot mean embracing the core dynamic of colonialism itself. Ultimately, however, the work of decolonization is the work of the imagination, posing the fundamental question humanity has to ask of itself on behalf of future generations, as Césaire puts it. What sort of world are you preparing for us? Perhaps the answer to this sits in the realm of literature and culture, but we must begin to answer it, and I invite the next panel to begin to do so. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I ask you to stay on this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Professor. It was, I think there were more than a few heads nodding while you were going through your lecture. And there was certainly, I think for me, the summary would be the more things change, the more they stay the same. Yes, it does capture your lecture today. And without taking away from the spirit of that lecture, I want to quickly introduce the panelists who will be joining on this next panel, which is a response to Professor Gopal's lecture. It also explores some of BJ's interventions over the years in the context of this lecture. We've got two people who are joining us online. You had mentioned Professor Jibrin Ibrahim. He joins us online, actually, as well as Professor Aki Adeshokon. Yes. Can we get the technical team to throw them up on screen? All right, so while they're doing that, apologies. All right, can we test to be sure that they can hear and they are present? Fantastic. While that is going on, I would like to introduce the moderator for this session. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Professor Rokbo Shekoni. So this will go on for the next few minutes, about 20 minutes, as much as possible. Yes. Bear with us. At some point a little later, we will be able to take contributions from each of you, so you can just take note.
Before I move into the program, let me first make a few confessions. I used to be a fast talker, but I can no longer talk fast.
This one's
So please give me a break. as I slowly move. Or I want to start by saying that I just overnight recruited Dr. Femi Folorunsho from Scotland, who was also a student of BJ, to replace Chidi Amuta, so that we can reduce the load on panelists. And he had graciously accepted. So he also will be joining us from there. But let's come to the style that I want to use. For obvious reasons, I told prayer earlier this morning that I am going to do an unconventional moderating, because I have seen that her lecture, which is theory, meets history in my life experience. Bandung first was in 1955. That year, I was getting ready to take my first secondary school admission. And in a small town in Ondo, there was a group of veterans from the Second World War. And they had a small talking group. And my father was one of them. I don't know whether it was through him. Somebody noticed me in the community and asked me to come and serve as interpreter. I am not the interpreter in Soyinka's interpreter. No. So I was to use what they thought was a superior command of English then, which was half patois, half pidgin, or whatever, to assist the soldiers. And there, it was a weekend thing, where the soldiers had palm wine, and I was there to assist and bring my Michael West dictionary to read the newspaper for them. Some words that they didn't know. I would go and define. So I learned a lot of history there, most of which you have told. But the issues there, so I thank you very much. It has, for a long time, it was DJ that I knew was capable of merging theory and practice. But you are a younger clone. But what I heard from those soldiers, when I read and interpreted in Ondo dialect of Yoruba, what happened in Bandung 1 and later in Bandung 2, the excitement in their eyes, they jumped up, hugged each other, and said, yes, the world of Africa, the world of black people will be renewed. These soldiers fought they always told me we fought to defend the West in Burma. I don't think they ever got to Europe. They were in the fringes. And those people, I witnessed their death one by one, and all of them died unfulfilled. That promise was never fulfilled. So it's okay to say that the colonization was arrested, as BJ said in that essay which I read. And I read it even in his house. I went to visit him at Cornell, and I read that essay there. Yes, but it never got started. It never got started. It didn't. Those who went there were apprenticing to take over from the colonizer. And what have we seen since then, the last 70 years? Let me come close to, let me make it local, since they say that every politics is local. We have been in this Nigeria, I have been here since 1943, and as an unpaid interpreter for Second World War veterans, I saw the first promise of awakening the black race to new values. When Chief Awolowo came up and told us that he wanted to educate all children free and compulsory education. Many of the guardians of the residual feudalism that was there then cried foul. They said, where are their drivers going to come from? Where are all of these things going to come from? Why do you want to educate everybody and, and deprive us of what has been our dividends of colonialism? There was a compromise was made. I would then told them it will not be compulsory. Education would only be free. So as not to completely bring up the subaltern group in the community. What happened? In that country, almost 60 years later, Nigeria still has the largest number of uneducated people. So what happened? So I agree with you that we need to find out, we have to continue to fight and work on decolonization, because it was a job that never got started. But I am a little worried. You said in your paper that some of us have a right to be exasperated or even frustrated, having seen these unfulfilled dreams for almost 70 years. Yes. So, Professor Taiwo is not to be blamed for wanting to move to the agenda level, implementation of an agenda that our race can. It's not what I'm not for his choice that or his decision that well, if it is capitalism that will make us get there, we should go there, because capitalism is not in our hands. It's not in the hands of those who have governed the third world in the last 60 years and who have taken so much money. The money is not even with us. It is with those who colonized us. So I want to thank you for this great paper. And I want to assure you that for whatever remains of my long life, I will continue to participate in this decolonization. Or just I mean, for those online, there are three. Professor Jibril, Professor Adeshokan, and Dr. Fodonshaw. So I will start with Professor Jibril, who is supposed to tell us his takeaway from this lecture and whatever critique he has, and give it in 10, at most 10 minutes. Jibril, are you there? Okay, please go ahead and unmute. Unmute.
And good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
It's with great pleasure that I participate in this celebration of
recording stopped.
This celebration of BJ, who for me has
recording in progress.
Who for me has been an inspiration over a very long time. My own pathway to radicalism had been my starting university at the age of 18, and that time in the famous Ahmadu Bello University, everybody with some brain that goes there as a student starts life by becoming a Marxist, and I was part of that crowd. And becoming a Marxist at 18 is a fascinating thing, because it meant I spent the next 50-something years of my life trying to understand what this thing, Marxism, is all about. And every day I discover a bit more about it, but I also discover its illusions as we confront the basic issue of the end goal. When I met BJ in my mid-20s, I was already seeing myself at that time as a veteran Marxist. And I was getting a bit disillusioned at that time whether the senior comrades we had at that time, the Olaonis, the Escotoyos, could lead us to that revolution, that transformation of not just Nigerian society, but of world society, place us on the pathway to the construction of socialism, of equality, of addressing all the critical factors that generate so much suffering in capitalist society. Meeting BJ during those rallies, and those rallies were the ones that framed nationalist project was all about. And essentially, there were two issues they placed on the table. One was the freedom there from colonial rule, from colonization. Freedom meant the establishment of sovereignty of the Nigerian people. So that was one key purpose of the nationalist struggle. The second was that of framed in time 1945.
Rest, so that we can get to Professor Adeshok. Akin, please give us your own takeaways. So, in the next 5 minutes, for 5 minutes. If we have time, we want to have some time. Okay. Okay. Can you unmute?
This is not so much a critique of Professor Priya Gopal's quite stimulating essay, but a lecture or an endorsement of from the point of view of an internationalist. That's always been my own position in relationship to the questions of decolonization. And I want to start with an international perspective, which is to say that I did not expect Nicolas Maduro to last this long in office. I was always apprehensive that the progressive and radical changes in Venezuela under Hugo Chavez might not last. The violent US-led overthrow of the president of Venezuela in the early hours of January 3rd, 2026 was a culmination of a series of aggressions, military and diplomatic, long begun but escalated during the presidency of W. Bush with a coup attempt on the government of Chavez in 2004. A certain bureaucrat named Otto Reich was Bush's man in charge of that adventure. In the wake of US attacks on Venezuela resources, stimulating a forward-looking lecture. The first is the idea from Frantz Fanon about the misadventures of national consciousness societies. And the second is the concluding note, which proposes literature and culture as reliable agents in molding a fair and just war. I wish to, that is, as creative activities taking place in specific places, but limited to those segmented. The soaked wind, that is in Latin America, measure of the degree to which electoralism is being instituted is best taken in the same spirit that the world accepted loot 3 years ago. It's a development in other parts of the world. As does capitalism, its economic rationale. Latin America is important to this topic on the pitfalls of nationalism, because of the planetary symptoms in the wake of independence across the world was a deterioration to confederation in the balance of party politics, and capitalism has been instrumental to its faithful existence. It realized every now and then, either as Pan-Africanism via George Padmore and Pan-Slavism Bora Tito, or as a chronic deacon in the Cuban Revolution. Anti-colonial nationalism was good, all energy at vanquishing, or on the eve of that, and what was delivered was a Pyrrhic victory that sundered the social struggle from the national. To put this in every terms and perhaps paraphrase Kwame Nkrumah sideways, The political kingdom was largely still secured, but not much was added onto it. Some justice, yes, but hardly any bread for the many. On the level of description, as Fanon famously quips in that chapter of The Wretched of the Earth, every decolonization is a success. Written in the heat of Fanon's submissions must be placed in context, and for the purpose of taking up the second topic in Priya's lecture pertaining to literature and culture, I have often found an opening in the potentialities of decolonization in his critique of national bourgeoisie of an independent country. This is more so because long after Fanon, another progressive intellectual, Samir Amin, has taken a more controversial but hard-nosed look at the bourgeoisies of African countries, seeing potentials for development in national economies without undue conflict with regional units such as ECOWAS. The much maligned comprador elite as an importer of finished goods or commission agent is the unexpected arbiter of culture that materializes as a supplement to the social struggle, the making of a variety of art forms with all available technical knowledge, whether verbal, figural, or literary. Therefore, it is to the novels of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, such as 100 Years of Solitude and The General in His Labyrinth, among others, that we turn for imaginative accounts of the historic and continuous struggle for popular freedom in Latin America. Contrariwise, but still within the realm of dialectics, the technology imported by the comprador elite of Nigeria becomes serviceable in the production of music as art and commerce, most noticeable in the work of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, which paradox of paradoxes stands as an uncompromising critique of that system. Even in the non-combative genres, such as the ones that prioritize the lives of the wealthy, praise singing quickly defaults as a complex carrier of new cultures. I want to conclude on a jovial but relevant note and pay a quick tribute to Professor Jeyifo. I deliberately inserted into the opening paragraph of this response the name of Otto Reich as a Bush-era diplomat in Latin America, even though I knew he was just another bureaucrat quickly replaced and easily forgotten. According to the New Yorker, Mr. Reich was from the family that owned a brand of rum known as Bacardi, having fled Cuba in the wake of the revolution and settled in the United States. During a visit to Bloomington in 2009 to hang out with his friend Femi Oshofison, BJ accompanies us on a trip to buy grocery. At the store, he reached for a bottle of Bacardi. He wanted to drink rum, but upon being told that the family that owned the brand was opposed to Castro, he vehemently refused to buy it. And I think of that as a tribute to his spirit of nationalism, internationalism, with which I've also spoken in response to Priya Gopal's wonderful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, while Akin was on, somebody sneaked in, our old sage, Kongi, is hiding somewhere there. Welcome, sir. Finally, Dr. Folanshaw, can we have your own takeaways? I'm mute. You live closer to technology than we do here. So what's the problem?
Everybody calls him BJ. I was one of his last postgraduate students before he left Nigeria, and I believe Kole Ajibade should be somewhere there. And behind his back, we call him Bamako Jaji. I was reading what Dr. Amuta wrote about him earlier today, in which he captures the essence of BJ. My own abiding memory of BJ's interaction, the old Department of Literature and English at IFE was such a communal place. Our teachers were also our friends, but one word we've never used for them is to describe them as mentors. And in one's adult years, many of us have come to realize that in every interaction we had with them, we were also being mentored. And I think Priya's opening vividly captured, in my view, how that mentoring process has taken place and influenced all of us. My own abiding memory of BJ was us going to his office, and then he would open his, shut his door and say, feed your eyes on this library, feed your eyes on those, and but make sure none of them goes missing and things like that. And it's in that kind of encounter that one came across some of the most fascinating and abiding works I've read since. One particular book I took off your shelf many, many years ago was by Antonio Gramsci. And when I got into my own postgraduate work later here in Edinburgh, Gramsci was a very important feature of my study of cultural nationalism as it is. Why have I mentioned Gramsci? Priya's lecture is quite informative in two respects, in terms of capturing the history of the moment of what is now what we might call, for want of a better definition, the post-colonial nationalism that began in both 1955 and then was followed up in 1956. In the realm of literature, the talking about colonialism happens in form of irony and degradation, which I can briefly illustrate, talking about Rebecca Marquez's work. But in the reality, the constitution of everyday life for our different parts of the world, in those geographies we call post-colonial, it is really everyday violence, harsh reality. And one of the points that Priya mentions here is the discussion in 1955, how those who were gathered there and also met later in France saw themselves as, if you like, the new interpreters, to use Kony's phrase, the new interpreters. I'm not too sure it's in the same, but very close to the sense in which Kongi, thank God, is there. Kongi uses interpreters in the novel of that name. Priya's part that she also put in very quickly, a declaration. Femi Taiwo and I are good friends, and many of the things he brought up in the book referred to by Priya, we discussed mutation, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And so going forward, which Priya also resists, that if we're going to resume the program of decolonization from its arrested state, how do we go? Where do we go? This is where Gramsci, as I said, becomes important. Gramsci's distinction. Gramsci has always been, was, and remains concerned with space. And Gramsci's distinction between civil and political society is very, very important if we're going to be questioning how did we get where we are? Why was decolonization arrested? I think the arrest of decolonization started at the moment of flag independence itself, because that distinction between civil and political society as a framework of interpreting that arrest gives us some idea of where to resume and how to resume the work. Now, the civil society, according to Gramsci, is that the civil society of networks of families, schools, or the what we call, in very broad terms, civic society today. And then the political society is that of state institutions. It is significant, it is very, very significant in the evolution of the new colonial state that the shadow of imperialism among interpreters adopted was the notion of the nation state created by colonialism. The Westphalian model, which colonialism bequeathed to the territories, everybody wanted to protect. So the focus of the state that was developing was on maintenance of the Westphalian model of the nation states. Now there is a very serious irony in that. And the irony is that the Westphalian model, which I think was in the 15th century, foreshadowed the conference of 1858. It came out of resolution of, it was a compromise. Westphalia was a compromise to stop civil wars and all those things in Europe. And it was the outset of the European seizure of places outside Europe. I think Edward Said writes very powerfully about this in Orientalism. So it is really unique that the post-independent state model in post-colonial territories adopted that unequivocally and became a factor of how they govern. The OAU Charter, for example, was very emphatic about non-interference in the affairs of all these nation-states created by colonialism. Most important of all, the protection of that state was such that when violence were happening, fear in all this, and so you find a situation that the neo-colonial state, the independent state, made itself neo-colonial from the very beginning. And the emphasis in state development then was less, and this is my key point, the Hegel and Gramsci counterposing both, was less about developing the civil state as developing the political state, the institutions of the state. And those institutions became the horror, the instruments of violence against citizens and so on. Professor Shikoni just mentioned the case of popular education in Western Nigeria, how the state, how the old institutions, the feudal institutions could untwist the emergent regional government against building a viable, against investing in the creation of a civil state. So the imperial gate has to be seen in that context. Another irony about many of the African states that we talk about is that there is not one single African state that does not have a bifurcated national boundary where you have the same language groups, the same cultural groups, fragmented between two or more states. So I'm very much interested in this particular issue. So decolonization in practice will appear to have been more of a literary and associated imaginary than a real political, or shall we say, reformative ideological ones. But where do we go from here? 60s, 70s was all about utopia. Utopianism has left us. Where do we go from where we are in terms of this nightmare, religious violence, ethnic violence, and also racial violence something of significant historical importance took place at the weekend, what happened in Venezuela, and I'm glad that Akin has referred to that in some measure. What we are witnessing is the rampancy of where everybody is trying to run away from the issue of ideology here. Yes, that is the new capitalism. That is brutality of that new capitalism. And capitalism has always been about land, labor, resources, extraction. If we are going to go into the program of decolonization, we also have to ask ourselves the question, can we use the models of the 60s or 70s? My own answer to that is a critical no. Why is it a critical no? We have to be part. I don't think the way the modern capitalist order is, I disagree with Femi Taiwo. It's not a choice. It's not a choice that can be easily made. What type of capitalism you want to make? No, the choice is about human solidarity. Because of some of the issues identified, for example, by Priya, the nightmare in Gaza over the past 2 years. There is no way of, it's very difficult to compare, to actually describe what has happened in Gaza in the past 2 years, and it's still happening. What is the crime of a 2-day-old baby to be killed? And before our eyes, these things are being justified. And that is the nature of this capital colonialism that we're now dealing with. And that it's also peculiar ideology. That's the newest ideology. That's the newest new colonization. That is the newest new colonization. That is the newest area where we have to do this decolonization. And my own area where we have to do this decolonization. And my own view very strongly is that international solidarity, and I don't mean international strongly, is that international solidarity, and I don't mean international solidarity as a kind of rhetorical device. No, we also have to invest in the campaign for part of. So the vision, the new vision is that of decolonization as part
Thank you, Jubril, Akin, and FF. We should honestly, we are already out of our time. Okay. Oh.
I just want to thank the panel for their very thoughtful contributions. I need to, because of the sound and so on, I actually am going to ask them to send me their remarks so that I can think about it more carefully. One thing I don't know how this happened. I wanted to thank Professor Adeshokan, who actually organized my visit here and who invited me to be here at this occasion. And Akin, I just want to thank you both for your remarks, as also the other panelists. And thank you so much for putting this together. It's a magnificent occasion, and I'm glad that so many.
quickly. I think he's done well. Whether slow or fast, at the very least, he does communicate, and we did get what he said. Please thank you once again, sir, for your moderation. And now we move from decolonization to liberation. The second panel for the day will be speaking on pedagogy, curriculum, and liberation, then and now. And like the first panel, I will introduce panelists first. They will come up on stage, and our moderator will take over. Over the next 20 minutes, if you look at your watch, when I first said 20 minutes, only 20 minutes have passed. Yes. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, in no particular order, Dr. Bisi Ayandike, who will be joining us up on this panel. Please put your hands together as she comes up. Also, Mr. Kunle Ajibade will be joining us for this panel. And finally, Dr. Ogaga Ifowodo. And to moderate this panel, we've got the able expertise of Mr. Sam Omashe. Please put your hands together as he comes up.
Okay, I don't have to strain myself. I want to say happy birthday, BJ.
Happy birthday, BJ.
All of us here who were your students have remained your students for many, many years and for decades. And we are grateful for your pedagogy, for your insistence on intellectual engagement, and for your ideological fidelity. I want to say thank you. So we want to start this by, first of all, getting your impressions when you first met BJ. I want to know, can I start with my classmate here, BC?
First impressions of this young 80-year-old, some 40 years ago, was very wrong. The very first day he came into the class and walked into the auditorium, dark brown needle-cut trousers, a shirt only half buttoned up, and I'm sure it's that same cap he's wearing now, he had on then. We were like, oh God, where did this scraggy old man come from? And then he opened his mouth and began the class, and we were all spellbound and knew that this is one man that personifies, don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a man by what he looks like. His classes, thank God I have a living witness beside me. We were in the same class and all the same tutorial groups. My maiden name starts with O, so I was always with him. And he was one lecturer. There are two of them, but today is about BJ, so I won't talk about the other one yet. But we had two lecturers that never dictated a word to us in class. But despite that, his classes were the fullest and the most active. The first impression was absolutely fantastic. And for many reasons, I think that's why I'm sitting here now. That's the beginning, right? There'll be more, much more.
Yes. Now let's go to Ogaga Ifowodo.
I wasn't in English. I was in law at the University of Benin, wasn't even at Ife. But then, in 1988, 87, 88, was when Festus Iyai was president of ASU. And I'd gone to meet him because I was a law student with all of his head in poetry and writing, with only half of his heart in law. I loved law the more I went on, but my heart never left literature. So, you know what happened. When Mamangida, that is Mrs. Grace Adele Williams, who was the prefect, Babangida's prefect at the University of Benin, we had unending battles with her, and it had come to the point where they had terminated Professor Iyai's, Dr. Iyai's position at the university, together with 4 others, Professor Sagi, who was my lecturer, and others. So we went on solidarity visits to campuses. I joined the train, and I hadn't met BJ, but every time I found an excuse to come to Lagos, I was at Odia Ofemu's house, and of course, you could not discuss literature without BJ's name coming up at some point. And then, of course, there was the Guardian Literary Series, which he wrote for, and then African Guardian, which he had a column. So I was eager to meet him. And it turned out Okain Dibe was the editor of African Guardian at the time, had published one of my earlier ruminations pretending to be a poem, but it had been published, it was in print, and you know what that does to a young writer. So I very eagerly taken the poem to show to BJ. And then I got to his house. First thing that I see is that everywhere is books. You know those, I don't know, there's a name they call it on the wall. There's a board and then pictures. In those days, but they were in pictures. From the ground to those places that were supposed to be reserved for photos, books. So I introduced myself. He seemed to be in a hurry, was going to go somewhere. So if you have anything to say, say it now because I have a very little time. So of course, the only thing I had to say was to tell him that I've published a poem in the African Guardian. So I showed it to him, and then he looked at it, first encounter. Years later, I always wanted to do something in literature. I'd applied to the University of Lagos. But because of my activism as a student at the University of Benin, I was later informed by that the reason why they did not take me, that they didn't want an activist. I actually applied to do a BA in English after law when I was working with the Civil Liberties Organization. So years later, through the intervention, and if I it was, Professor Soyinka is here, so I have to say this here. And if I it was, Professor Soyinka is here, so I have to say this here now publicly. When I also took my concerns to him, said, well, you should go to the US, go to one of the MFA programs. And he very graciously wrote me a letter of recommendation. BJ also wrote a letter of recommendation for me. I wound up at Cornell, and it couldn't have been better. So there I was, sharing room with my friend Akin Adeshokon, and then it comes to that time when admission to candidacy. Who threw me the hardest question? BJ. Where I thought I would have the greatest sympathy was where I had, well, quote and unquote, hostility. I was part of a group that was trying to devise the theoretical framework that will counter the excesses, let's put it that way, of post-structuralism, post-modernism, and they have arrived at a theory called post-positivist realism. And I was going to adopt it because I actually liked it. I thought it answered a good deal of the questions. To be realist, but to be post-positivist. I thought answered, somebody then knew that I was going to think a lot harder. And before I could continue. But I'm extremely grateful to him. Because in thinking of that, owe it to BJ that I went back to do what resulted in this book. Thank you.
Good. Now we just know that BJ does not want you to fly off the handle with your theories. We heard that from Bhopal as well earlier in the day. I remember too when we were in a tutorial, it was one expression that I was very conversant with, and I was using it all the time. And it's wild idealism. I don't know if BJ will remember, I won't remember. Then he cautioned me, he said, you seem to be in love with this phrase, wild idealism. So from that day up to today, I had never used that expression, wild idealism. So, Kunle, up to you.
Try this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The first thing I would like you to imagine is the set of people we're honoring, particularly, BJ, Atife. Just imagine how they were, how vibrant they were. Biodun Jeyifo, Rocco Shekoni, even Kongi himself, Atife, when we were there in the 80s. No. They were in their 30s, very young people, and they did everything that young people, particularly the NYU types, would do in their 30s. I remember that Professor Soyinka, with his, key holders, who pants around like that, and you know what that means. Everybody will be, okay. But in the case of BJ, my first encounter with him was at a seminar. The seminar culture in Ife at that time was very, very vibrant. And of course, it will encourage everybody to attend one seminar or the other across the faculties. Even in pharmacy. All right? So there was this particular one. It was a literature in English seminar. And the head of department was the gentle Professor Onye Ogumba, who was like a father to everybody. Now, BJ was the one giving the seminar. This long, how many pages? About 24 pages on Chino Achebe and the rest, okay? And everybody was sitting down there. BJ, over to you, give your lecture. And the first thing BJ did was to bring out his pipe and filled it up with his, tobacco, light the stuff. And Ogumba was like, Biodun. But wait a minute. As BJ was trying to just, chuckle, pretend as if he didn't hear Biodun, lo and behold, his friend, Ares, Rocco Shekoni, to collect back. And I thought, oh, this is an interesting, set of people, right? Remember, in any case, I didn't even have any choice. That was my department of choice. First choice, English Ife. Second choice, English Ife. Partly because of these, people we are celebrating, including Wole Soyinka himself.
Thank you. Now to Professor Bopa. Your first impressions.
Oh yes, okay, yes.
No. I'm sure the one about theory and text were not the first impression.
No, they were not. They were not the first impression. But the pipe comes back to me now. So I remember knocking on the door, and the door opens, and he sits down and he's got this pipe. I had forgotten the pipe till this morning. And we began a conversation that he wanted to have repeatedly. One of the questions he asked was, why was India a democracy while Pakistan and Nigeria repeatedly had military dictatorships? And I'm not sure we ever answered that question, but it was an absolute learning experience eventually when I got the letter from him, which laid out that just taking these massive theories and applying them to text was not the way to go, that one had to be in conversation with text, that one had to take the text seriously, and then one had to actually, not grandstand, but to actually engage with texts and engage with contexts and have real meaningful conversations. And I think my lingering impressions of BJ are of a person who had conversations, and I very much treasure and miss our conversations.
Thank you very much. I want to make a confession here. Although everybody here was in English, was literature with a student, I was a student of the history department. I had a friend who used to describe me as the literary figure who found himself in the wrong department. So I was, as it were, an interloper in literature. So I always came here, and it cost me 1 year. Actually, it cost me 1 year at Ife. Now,
less than a minute. The pipe that you were talking about was a reaction to WS. It's the one you have to blame. Because he taught us, or somewhat influenced us into cigar smoking. And we used to steal from his cigar box. Femi Ogunbi here, Femi Oshofison, Odia was the only one. Well, Odia came a little later, but we started from cigar smoking. Ares also didn't smoke. But the pipe smoking was actually initiated by cigar smoking. Cuban style.
how dare whatever did separate BJ from that pipe, because BJ was inseparable throughout our time in Ife, even during our tutorial.
Was down and behind, the true colonized mind. Coming to Ife was just to fulfill 4 years of righteousness. On graduation, I was to jump onto the next plane and continue paying homage to Her Majesty the Queen, like most of my mates did. However, the first class that we had with Uncle BJ, without knowing anything about my background, went deeply into me. And class after class, because our classes were discussions backed up by readings, he used to give us lists of books and things to read. And initially we thought he wouldn't keep up with it, so we didn't have to read all of them. There was nothing like Google or things to do then. You had to get the books and read them. But we discovered that if we ignored him and did not read his recommended text, then we'd be absolutely lost, because there won't be a line. But if you did take the trouble to read what he recommended, the classes were always a discussion. And he made us read widely. He made us read everybody that said anything about African, being African, education, of course his politics, economics, society. And for me, it was a kind of renaissance. I began to question who I was, and then began to question who I wanted to be. And gradually, without realizing it, I started to be decolonized, if I use that word. And it got deeper with each year. I was trying to remember when I was preparing today whether I was actually assigned to a tutorial group or I posted myself into the group. But I made sure I was always in his tutorial groups, because if the lectures were great, the tutorial hours were fantastic. And Uncle BJ was a respecter of nobody, male or female, medicure or intelligent. He will put you where he thinks you should be. So unlike many other classes, you prepared to go for his classes. You read everything. Although, even with reading everything, we could never get before him. We had some lecturers, we knew where they were going to read from. And as they're lecturing, writing, we have the book in front of us on our laps, and we're writing ahead of them. I usually end up writing more than they're able to dictate during the classes. But with Uncle BJ, you could never read ahead of him. He was always ready for you and always had a way of guiding us to where we were supposed to be. And as Professor Kopal said, it was important to him to make us relate to the book. It didn't have to be what he felt, but it had to be your own honest opinion to what it says. And he will respect you. But if he felt you were saying nonsense because you hadn't read the book, he will tell you. And you confess and recollect yourself. But on the long run, together with our classes and his activism, he touched a chord in me, and I know it was not only me. We realized that we were being misled. Until today, I'm very grateful that I had that experience, because my life turned around. I was studying English education, and I was determined to become a teacher. And like others have said, they referred to other lecturers. There was a team of lecturers. The pipe smoke, the aroma, we girls used to think there was something in it because it was so attractive. But it didn't matter how much you inhaled, you just had to do your work too. Now, during that time, there were lots of lecturers that followed Uncle BJ's style of teaching and got us to follow in the way that we needed to go to be who we've become today. There were two of them in particular that were very significant. But today we're talking about Uncle BJ, we're celebrating Uncle BJ. So I won't say much about the other one until he clocks 80, a little while from now. So back to Uncle BJ and what he and others did to us, but he in particular. On leaving school, I, of course, forgot about the plane ticket, settled down, and started teaching. I taught for a number of years in government secondary schools, putting into practice what I had learned in school, and then later on moved on and started my own school. And my backing from the encouragement, direct and indirectly from Uncle BJ, set me on a course. I run a school now where I raise children who I know are going to come out absolutely decolonized, because I had the right kind of education from the literature department in it was University of Ife then. I had that right kind of education. I insist that the children learn their own history. Alongside teaching our own history, we teach them the horrible histories of our colonizers, so that that mesmerized vision we grew up with, they won't have it. They know they were local too. They will know they never had toilets at one time. They will know they burnt people at the stakes. They will know that they went hungry, and they will know that they also suffered all manner of infestations. And I also teach our children that it was the slave invaders that brought cockroaches and rats to Africa. And lies. We teach them that so they have a balanced view of who they are. They're not mesmerized the way we were, that everything about us was local and everything about the others was right. And they're growing up that way. And one of my most powerful weapons is literature. By the time the children are 10 in my school, they start reading Achibe, things fall apart. We also have Wole Soyinka's Ake, the abridged version, and they read it, and it sets a foundation for them going on. I not only stick to literature, we are very good at drama, we celebrate our culture, and 2 years ago, we also joined ASU to protest after that long protest. Yes, the children went out carrying placards. And I know this is from my foundation. Yeah, it's not an easy path. It's not an easy path. But one afternoon, Uncle BJ called us on a Saturday that we should all come to auditorium. We were in part 3 then, that we want to have a special class. What was that special class? He had written on the board from beginning to end, ethical revolution. And he said we must all learn it off head. We learned it first verbally, then he brought out his cassette player and played the tape, and we sang that song. You were there. We learned that song by heart and had some good dancing movements. And that day, I think that was the day I told myself I will live and die in Nigeria. And I have no regrets whatsoever. But perhaps the best part of the decolonization was to remove the scales from my eyes, and that image of a handsome partner for the future, apologies to those who fit into that description, tall, dark, handsome, six-pack guy was the Mr. Right. I discovered that that was also colonization, and I found out that light complexion, very Igbo, African men were much better than that description. So I didn't miss road. So I have a lot. He's blushing. I have a lot to thank Uncle BJ for. Uncle BJ, thank you for being that teacher who made a difference.
Well, that was a very good one. And sometimes we don't realize how one person can affect generations after. You know, what she said about her students are actually a witness to. When early last year, I went to present my latest novel, and I still have great memories of my engagement with her students. They were very, very alert and very, very curious, and I can never forget my experience with them. It shows that, you know, a lot of education is going on with them. Yeah. Thank you very much, BJ. Etike, my head. Etike revolution. I love my country, I know go lie. Now inside I go live and die. He push me so, I push him so.
Now inside there we go live and die. Ethical what?
Ethical what? Ethical my head. Okay, Ogaga.
When BJ turned 60, I was already at Cornell, so I did a piece entitled For BJ at 60, Random Recollections of a Student in Lieu of a Tribute, which was published in West Africa, the journal, not the defunct magazine, the journal that run by Femi Taiwo and God rest his soul, Tejumola Olaniyo, you know. So there I have the anecdotes, including the one I mentioned, I related earlier, but some others. And then when I was 70 and I was back here, I also did a piece called The Communist as Teacher, the example of Biodun Jeyifo. And there, oh, so this is not very loud. And there also I try to expand on my thoughts, the things that I've found most striking, inspirational about him. But because when I met him, I was already something of an activist. Like I said, I was a student leader. I met him in the context of resistance to neo-imperialism in the periphery, a word I later used when we were at Cornell, when I was at a county where I had missed an appointment with him. and then some others. But the thing that strikes me most is that you are in awe, whether in the classroom, during a seminar, because the reading list is going to open you to thoughts, histories, struggles that you haven't encountered, even in literature, because it's purview, of course, you know, Africa, the Caribbean, you know, the Americas. Even down, there's a book that I read, I think they call it The Poor Mouth, from an Irish writer that I had never heard of. And I began to see more directly, beyond just reading Yeats, you know, how Ireland was also colonized. And then he also, I think I related at one point how the thing that seems to be common between the Irish and the Nigerians is the way we celebrate death, the wake. You know, death is an industry now in Nigeria. But beyond all of that is that you are awed and you want to be like him. You want to be as erudite, as learned, as much of a Renaissance man, somebody or person, somebody who seems to know something about anything that matters, at least within it. For those of us who are younger in our lifetime, that he has something, he has an idea that is worth listening to. And that was why when he threw me that challenge, my first task was to go back and say, all previous knowledge cancelled. Go back and start from the scratch. And it led me to the part that I said it led me to. But let me, because the second essay I wrote, because I know we're out of time, let me just read the conclusion of it. Because I want to be able to say that as a tribute to the expansive mind that he has. We don't know him as a writer, but he will discuss literature, he will discuss poetry, even down to the haiku, which is the point on which I'm going to end. I concluded that piece which I called The Communist as Teacher, the Example of Biodun Jeyifo, this way. And I think I will just read it so I will save time. BJ's professional life is as a critic of literature. Let me end then on a poetic note. In one of his Talakawa Liberation Courier series, which he used to write for The Guardian, BJ expounded on the haiku form and then even attempted some of his own. In a correspondence around that same time, I wrote 2 haikus dedicated to him. I've added one more. Which does not adhere strictly to the 17-syllable form, because it was BJ who first made me understand that the contemporary haiku terrain accommodates poems of up to 25 syllables, which of course means that it may also dispense with the classic 5-7-5 verse form. Indeed, as I will later confirm in my own researches, the contemporary haiku form, especially in English, with a far stricter grammar than the Japanese of its provenance, is less insistent on the classic requirements, which are nature, seasonal imagery, for instance, and on syllabic count, even accepting poems of 2- and 4-line verses. Perhaps this is truer to the idea of the haiku as, quote, little drops of poetic essence, unquote, as Sir George Sampson described the form, or as meditations, starting points for trains of thought, as Harold Henderson, an early popularizer of the form in English, put it. So, here then are those 3 haikus, which I wrote inspired by BJ's essay in The Guardian on that, beyond scholarly, you know, and matters of struggle and resistance, but now purely literature. 1, town hall or classroom. The world, parted by forked tongues, melts with the world in autumn. 2, heard first through Palm Grove, night labors at voice and song, noontide melody. And the last one, man steals goat, bags 3 years. Man steals bank, commander of the republic.
That was very good. So, Kunle Ajibade.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, Ogaga. BJ is not just a critic. Yeah, he actually wrote a play called Haba Director. Haba Director. And it was a convocation play, at Ife, directed by Shock Mike. And there's another play called Anniversary. I acted in the Anniversary, which he directed, and Femi Dumadi, also acted there. But to your question, Sam, what's the, BJ's, style of teaching? I came here prepared, fully prepared with a 5-page tribute. All right? But, the organizer says, oh, we just want a conversational stuff, So I'm sort of constrained, as you can see. I'm not as eloquent on this panel as I thought to be. When he resigned in December 1987, we went to him. We were graduate students then. We went to his house and spoke at length with BJ, and he was very expansive about a lot of things. And one aspect that relates to your question, Sam, is that he said his real vocation is teaching. And let me just sort of read that aspect here. It's a short paragraph here now. He told us in that Guardian interview that teaching was his real vocation. After earning his PhD in dramatic literature at New York University, NYU, in 1975, he only taught for 2 years at the University of Ibadan before he came down to the University of Ife, where for more than 10 years, he matured into his role as a gifted teacher and had a steady sail and growth as a literary critic, public intellectual, and committed labor unionist. His knowledge, both the breadth and the depth of it, was always on full display in class. Time and time again, Sam, this is the rub. Time and time again, BJ would say, let me explain. And one explanation will lead to other explanations. One development will suggest another as he grappled with seemingly intractable ideas and some imponderables of life. Now, some people keep saying that BJ is a dogmatic Marxist, and I say, excuse me, where is that coming from? He was never dogmatic in class. Absolutely broad-minded. Absolutely broad-minded. And you will read instantiations of this, in the tribute that I'm publishing tomorrow on Wednesday in the papers. That one day, let me just give you one example. To drive home a point in class, BJ shared a story of the blind Russian woman, Rosa Kuleshova, who could identify colors and even read with her fingertips while blindfolded. BJ went beyond the materialist reading in his teaching. He made subtlety, ambiguity, and complexity easy to grasp. Bespectacled, intense, hardworking, ebullient, cultured, very driven, the fully bearded BJ in his mid-30s will often turn out in his khaki Adire shirt on jeans trousers with his pipe or Cuban cigars or both in his breast pocket. It's just that bit of, let me explain. And he will keep explaining and explain, just opening up frontiers of knowledge with ease, absolute ease. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I actually didn't know I was going to be part of this panel, so I haven't written very much. I've told you a little bit about BJ's influence on me. I want to reiterate the point about broad-mindedness that you made. I see BJ in myself, unsurprisingly, as a graduate supervisor. And one of the ways, I've already told you, my students go through the baptism of fire that I went through, but I also have supervised a number of very, very different theses, very different from me in approach, very different from me in their politics. And all I have asked of them is what BJ asked of us: rigor, engagement, and argumentation. Beyond that, you could say and write what you wanted to. It doesn't have to be how I think, it doesn't have to be what I'm interested in, it doesn't have to follow a party line. It has to be rigorous, and it has to be well argued, and it has to be clear. And I think that that's something I see in myself that I got from BJ. So I very much, the dogmatic Marxist was nowhere to be seen. And as you were saying earlier, even when I too wanted to attack the excesses of post-structuralism, I was made to engage with post-structuralism in order to do that. You couldn't just dismiss things. But I want to talk about an aspect of BJ that I didn't really come prepared to talk about, but I want to talk about it a little bit. BJ gave me permission, I think, to undo the false distinction between excellence and relevance. Some of you will remember the old kind of debate between Walter Rodney and Ali Mazrui on the question of whether scholarship should be excellent or whether scholarship should be relevant. And for me, that is a false distinction. I think we have to have both, and I think BJ gave me permission to do both. And I'm very grateful. I went to him for advice when I got the Cambridge job, which I hadn't particularly wanted to get. And I said, what do? I don't know this place. Should I really go? I don't know anything about the Cambridge system. And BJ said to me, you can leverage that to develop your voice. And it can give you a platform from which to intervene. And I think that that was incredibly solid advice. And in many ways, I was, in fact, able to do that. But the final thing I want to say is that BJ was witness to my own naivete about the nature of the bourgeois academy in the West. There was a group of us who called ourselves the Radical Caucus, and we raised very serious questions to do with everything from race and empire to gender and class at Cornell. This was before your time, but I don't know if any of that filtered through. And one of the things we thought, we were being amazing. We were putting all these fantastic questions and we would be welcomed and there would be this debate. And there wasn't. There was enormous anger that has followed me through my career, in fact. There was enormous resentment and there was enormous punitive behavior from the English department at Cornell. And BJ stood out as one of the handful, very tiny handful of people who stood up and said, they may be wrong, they may be misguided in their own way, but they have things to say and you should be listening. And he upgraded his colleagues. And he said, it's not that I agree with everything they are saying, it's not that I think that they are 100% right, but they are young people with things to say, and you have no business shutting them down. And for that, I will always be grateful.
Thank you very much.
Sam, let me quickly, I'm sorry. Just to sort of, show how the broad-mindedness that, we were talking about. In December 1984, BJ called our attention to that month's edition of South magazine, in which the eccentric and highly talented Zimbabwean writer, Dambudzo Marishera, spoke about the great influence that Wole Soyinka Christopher Okibo, had had on him, because according to Marishera, within every word, within every phrase they use, there's a gigantic experiment going on in the background. Marishera was quoted to have also said that for a writer to have a clear-cut goal usually diminishes from the artistic strength of the work. This led, of course, to an open-ended debate on the works of Soyinka, Okibo, Ashebe, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Here was BJ, who was obviously enamored of the writings of these authors, presiding over a passionate, if not rancorous, debate of students' ideologues on both sides of the divide. He thereafter assigned the task of giving a seminar on modernism and Marishera to one of his graduate students, Dr. Olorunyomi. It was Dr. Olorunyomi's brilliance and confidence. I think I should insist on just confidence. At that departmental seminar, that instantly drew me closer to him. BJ will insist that his graduate students should attend all these seminars. He always drew a line between straight and crooked thinking, between clear and clumsy expressions in inner essays.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. I don't know why any of you have not referred to BJ's gesticulating signature. That anytime preaching, he talks, he just, his hand is always like this, almost as if he's plowing something from the drum, from the water, yes. Something like that. And one other point that I want to make about BJ's pedagogy is his generosity. His generosity in class and generosity during tutorials. You saw BJ allow every idea blossom. And he had a kindness to even the littlest of idea and so on. And you enjoyed it. You enjoyed having him there as a kind of shadow, a kind of umbrella, under whom you could say all your nonsense and all of that. And I remember one time he was analyzing a critique, and it taught me something about literary criticism. He said the person was criticizing a book, and the writer said, if you say I should do what you are doing, you're asking me to write another book. This was very fundamental. I don't know whether you remember saying that. It gave us a window as to the limits of criticism and integrity of criticism. I want to thank you for that. On a personal note, I want to refer to an incident. I don't know if Bisi will remember. It was our last class. I know Prof will remember. It was our last day in one of those classes, and I was making a point about heroism, and I had a certain character in class, so which she knows, and of course, so I used a particular word. The word was antipoda. And the whole class just went crazy. Like, well, what kind of word are you using? And BJ rescued me. Bayo Williams was by him there. I said, I like that word. And everybody kept. And I'm thanking you today because I still remember. Now, maybe we can round off by asking everybody to, what do you think the legacy of this great man would be? Yes.
To let people know that BJ is generous, not just with ideas. He's also very generous with his money. All right? Many a time after classes, he would take us to the old book, I think Yasariyu Sport. Yasariyu Sport still there. Anyway,
because Yasariu sport is next to the palm wine, kegs and all that, so you can understand why the choice of Yasariu's sport. But BJ will pay. He will pay for everybody. Maybe 5 of us. Goshua, Femi Dumade, Femi Folorunso, I remember. Dele Mamadou, incidentally, was also with us, and he will pay. Okay, but BJ is very, very stingy with his marks, his grades. Stingy with his grades. So, I mean, that generosity doesn't go beyond sharing ideas, sharing his money.
Yes, yes.
He used to be stingy with his grades.
Absolutely. Yes, to buttress what Claire has just said, we girls, we had a saying amongst ourselves. You can do whatever you want with VJ. Kuni marks. He will not give you grade. Go and enjoy yourself, but don't think about grades. So you go at your own risk. There was no mistake about that. It was stingy. You had to work for your grades. Okay. But beyond that, the generosity. Uncle Vijay is somebody, a teacher that motivates the students, inspires us, and challenges us to do more. And the generosity, I enjoyed it in little pockets over the years, but I enjoyed a massive support of generosity last year. It was last year, it was the year before, when we celebrated Professor Soyinka's 90th birthday. We had a project. It was so fantastic on paper. And for 6 months, I was going to all the people I thought were Wole Soyinka followers, and that they will so happily support me in this program to bring all the children in Ile-Ife and the barons together to celebrate him by reading his book and having a 4-month program in celebration. 1 month to the program, I had a little over 40,000 and a budget of 3 million plus. 300,000, 3 million plus. And I was beside myself in fear because we had started running the advertise, got applicants, the program was on. And then I sent an SOS to Uncle BJ in Cornell. I felt very bad doing it because he was quite poorly at that time. But he replied me instantly. And within 24 hours, the first bulk of money arrived and a long list of names of his friends who he said I should contact. And he said, tell them I gave you their numbers and I asked you to support. Uncle Yemi is here. Kaidifayimi has left. They are among the two that responded massively. And I met 1 or 2 that didn't respond today, but they promised to be part of the second round. But not only that, when we got midway and the program went beyond what we had planned to do, and he asked how it was going, again, I sang my sad story. Uncle BJ, this is where we are, and this is where we need to get to. Before I woke up the next morning, another lump sum had come in, and we had a fantastic celebration of Professor Wole Soyinka, and there's no child, if I can boast, that is not looking for other things of African writers to read. That's the kind of generosity I have enjoyed at Uncle BJ's hands.
I think that,
and I seize this opportunity to announce that I will have another program coming up very soon. I've taken all your contacts here. I will be contacting you.
Good. I think that we have run out of time. I want to thank all the panelists for such beautiful retrospection. And we thank BJ for being the great force he has been over the decades. A great force in terms of intellectualism, a great force as a humanist, a great force as a writer. As a critic, it reminds me of men like Matthew Arnold and Samuel Johnson, whose writings and whose engagement with the literary world, went beyond just literature, but to the depth and dynamics of humanity. And we give you great gratitude. for that. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. And see you at his 90th.
Thank you so much, Mr. Omashe, and thank you to each of our panelists. He did say see you at his 90th, so in 10 years' time, 2036. Please put your hands together as they make their way down. I did say from the beginning something about how capturing 80 years, almost impossible to do. We failed, but we've done a decent job. I'm not sure what BJ would score us so far. Now, I want to take a moment to cede the microphone. So far, we spent the last couple of hours hearing a lot of people share their own thoughts about the professor. And although, you know, just a couple of times when he has been given the microphone, this time around the microphone is his fully. He gets the chance to say anything he wants to say. And if anybody, I didn't say Dr. Ogumbi, but if anybody revealed anything from their childhood, he gets a chance to respond. So please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Professor Biodun Jeyifo. "80 years, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together. We can do it." Something about intellectuals, by the time you're hitting your 70s and your 80s, you know the mind is still strong. And then those of us who are much younger are talking about the body, but they're quite defiant and resolute in exercising the body. And so we'll have Professor, he'll sit and just respond very quickly. Okay. So, if you would permit me, I'd like to buy a minute or two so that we can have our guest for the keynote lecture actually join us before Professor Jeyifo speaks. So, I'd like to ask, and I'm asking quite carefully. This is a room full of people who have spent many years in intellectual pursuit and other things. If I open up the floor and the microphone, I fear that 1 minute might turn into 20. And what you will tell me, rightfully so, is capturing 80 years is difficult. Thankfully, Professor Gopal just walked into the room, and so I don't actually have to cede the microphone. Fantastic. Please, ma'am. Perhaps what we spent the last few hours listening to is I've been told that for intellectuals, it is a dream that you move beyond the classroom and you actually impact physically in the spaces. And everything that we've heard so far shows you a man that has straddled the two worlds, in the classroom and out there doing the work. So I'm going to cede the microphone now. Please put your hands together as we hear from BJ.
Thank you very much. I had planned to speak for about 30 minutes, but now I will speak for only 10. The reason being, there are two reasons for this. One is that I'm going to have, as an extension of this event, I'm going to have a long interview with the Premium Times and the news, and which we published. In fact, there will also be a video recording of that interview. So much of what I had intended to say here would be said in that interview. And then number two is the fact that I'm sorry that the photographic exhibition that was to accompany the oral presentations on the panel today are not huge enough for you to see it as part of this event. Because actually, even though I am the celebrant, but actually I am not the only celebrant. I was extremely lucky that I belong to a generation of extraordinary intellectuals and human beings. Extraordinary. And I was going to devote about 15 minutes of my 30 minutes to them. I was extremely lucky. You will get all of this interview. And I was going to single out three. That is Yusuf Bala Usman. That is Claude Ake. And there's Aisha Imam. And then Edwin Madunagu, Bene Madunagu, Sende Arigbede, and Duni Arigbede. I was so, and Nigeria and the revolutionary process were lucky to have had these individuals. So it wasn't just me. And this is not fake humility. I mean that in every sense of the word, that it is a collective project. Now, there are rooms for individuals, and in fact, individuals who are not attached to any institutions, that is, independent intellectuals. They also have their role to play. But my role, what I have done, was in this collective, which made a big difference. That's why the revolution we carried out was in pedagogy and curriculum. So, having said that, I will then make a very brief 5 to 10 minutes presentation on that subject of pedagogy, curriculum, and decolonization, then and now. So, the first thing I do want to say about that is to give you a set of statistics. In the final published version of this speech, I will give a longer list of statistics. But the stats that I will give today, it's a set of two. What the first set, in 1975, which is the year I returned to the country after my studies, my postgraduate studies in the US, the Nigeria statistic for expectation, death, and life expectancy at birth was roughly 54%. No, it was 45%, sorry. 45%. Now, that's 1975. Now, 20 years later, it rose by only 10% to 54. So it is 54 now. Can you imagine what that means? It means that all of my generation are gone. I am very lucky to make it to 80. And so there's a deep, deep anguish and sadness in my life because I've lost, I cannot begin to rehearse the names of people I loved and who loved me. in primary school, in secondary school, at the university, who are, some of them so long, but the mind is curious for memory and recall. Some of them, it's as if they just went a week ago, but I still see them. I miss them. And I relate them to this statistic where most countries, many countries in the developing world have done much, much better than an increase of only 10% between 1975 and today. There are all kinds of crises in healthcare, delivery, education, all sorts of things. So that's the first set. And by the way, to put this in personal, very personal, deeply personal extension, I was the second of 7 siblings, the second of 7 siblings who are all male. There are only 2 of us remaining out of the 7. 3 of them did not make it past 50. And then the other 2 did not make it past their mid-60s. So again, I may have said this is statistics, but it is not abstract statistics. This is deeply personal. I miss Jide so I start crying. Jide was my elder brother, the gentlest soul you can think of. He died I still miss him, in 1974. So then the second set of statistics. The poverty statistic in Nigeria, 1975, was about 47% of the population. Now it is about 62 of multidimensional poverty. So look, it's a reversal of the other statistic. It was 47 in 1975, and it is now about 62 of the population. And the vast majority of them are young people. In fact, overwhelmingly, under 20 of them are in multidimensional poverty. And the reason poverty matters to me especially, in fact, my first collection, when all my journalistic writings are collected, there will be about 3 volumes. It's 670 pages. It's titled Against the Predatory State. And it mostly deals with poverty. Because you'll see if I get into it, I started out when I returned in 1975. I became the editor of a journal of a movement called the APMON, Anti-Poverty Movement of Nigeria. And poverty and what is very superficially called which what's the term now for redistribution? My own term, preferred Marxist term, is redistribution. Restructuring, yes. That's the term in the popular parlance. Restructuring, yes. Which does not talk of redistribution of wealth. They never talk about redistribution of wealth. You can restructure administratively on the paper, but not redistribution. So we must change even that slogan. It's not just restructuring. You can restructure and have, all these 6 regions become 18, whatever, but it is fundamentally. That is why, when I returned to the country after I had a small print on a quotation from Julius Caesar, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, that redistribution should undo excess and each man have enough. During the marking celebration of my 60th birthday, Professor San Izebaye, who had been one of my professors at the University of Ibadan, said that the first thing that struck him when I came back and joined the faculty there was that the very affable but sometimes angry undergraduate that I had this poster about redistribution, and he said he would start watching me, that who is this fellow who has come back with redistribution? And he said this at the celebration of my 60th birthday on the stage of the Arts Theatre at the University of Ibadan. And he said that what he found remarkable was that, he said, when he saw that poster on my office door, he said, I will watch him and see if he's going to remain consistent with that. And then he said that he's the only one I have seen among all these people who call themselves Marxists who has remained. Before he finished, I said, no, sir. I said, you don't see all the others in this movement? You don't see? I then began to, you don't see? It's not only me. If you say just you then make it so he's the eccentric among them. I said, within this university, there's Omafume Onoge, there's Bade Onimode. I'm named names. I said, no, not just me. So that's one aspect I want to emphasize in this. And as I said, in the interview, I will give very fairly detailed, in different disciplines, in the arts and sciences, in philosophy, in history. By the way, you remember, they once took history out of the syllabus. I have a thesis. I've not done enough to, I think they did that because of the combined work of Bala Usman, the Zaria, School of History, which sort of arose to give, vigorous challenge to the Ibadan school, Ibadan Suka school, a Marxist historiography, and then the combination of Bala Usman and Shegun Oshoba, and the minority report that they wrote, which was the basis of the Constitution of 1979. Please, I'm going to make sure that don't let me again, the Socialist Library of Nigeria, of which I'm the chairman of the board, we're going to republish the preamble to the Constitution of 1979, which says fundamentals, objectives, and directives of state policy. And it says it has a long discussion. What does a post-colonial state do? Does it pursue development first and then redistribution after that? Because it said you cannot redistribute poverty. You have to distribute. So this is all discussed, the extensive, and it arrived at the end. Please listen to this, that we in Nigeria will not dichotomize. We will do the same together. That is, we will develop the resources and distribute as we go along. We will not say develop first and then redistribute. Preamble, do you know what they did? They sent, caught fire. In the next edition, they have removed it. These people don't joke. They saw that this was, they are lighting a fire on that. They removed that preamble. They didn't remove it legislatively. They just removed it editorially. It's no longer. Just to prove this, we are going to republish it and say, go and say. So please, ladies and gentlemen, by the details of that preamble, Nigeria is actually, or should be, a social democratic state, not a full-blown capitalist state, not a state governed by neoliberalism. It states in that, that preamble that we will pursue development of resources and redistribution simultaneously, not one before or after the other. So the final thing I want to say is that also I've been deeply moved by all the sessions that went before this short, testimonial, I call it, from me. But, I'm deeply touched by all the different, but you don't know also that actually I have been so lucky in the students I've had. I have been in many cases, they became like my younger brothers and sisters. The places I feel the safest, the most welcome, the most cherished are with my students, former students. Interestingly, both in Nigeria and abroad, in China, in Germany, different places, I think it's somehow, it is seen that this man loves this job. And I was also given love and respect, and I thank you. Thank you very much. One thing. One thing. About what Dr. B.C. Ayinadike said. There's no better, there's no subtle way to say this. In the tutorials and classes with her class, I saw that the women, the young girls, would somehow be giggling in my class. They are taking notes, but at the same time giggling. And I would say, what am I doing wrong? They will be giggling. And now I would struggle to keep up with this thing. And I never really found out until I found later on, years, maybe decades later, that I was so dressed flippantly that my fly was open. And they will be giggling and end of story.
A round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to quickly cut the cake. I'm going to ask our panelists and our guests for today to please join Professor Jeyifo on stage. Mr. Jibade, if we can have you up. Mr. Falano, we'd also like to have you up, sir. I'd also like to call Odia Ofemun up as well. Professor Ayadike, please, sir, if we can have you, sir. Please, sir, you too. If we can have you up on stage, sir. Yes, you as well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Do we have all the photographers ready? Are you sure? Bring this here. Are you guys good? I was gonna hold on to it. All right. Are we ready, guys? On what? 3, we shout what? BJ. That sounds fantastic. On 3, right? So 1, 2, 3, BJ. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Wonderful.
Thank you for wonderful. Yes, yes.
Can I ask that we wrap up photography very quickly? We have comments to take. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please.
Let's take comments, please. Let's take comments, please.
There will be time. There will be time for more photographs.
Take pictures later.
For more photographs.
Take pictures later.
Can I ask us to please take our seats? Can I ask us to please take our seats? Can we please take our seats? Please take our seats.
All right. BJ, go and sit down. BJ, go and sit down. BJ, go and sit down. Go and sit down. BJ. Please, gentlemen, please sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Kunle, sit down. Sit down. Please, can we all sit down? Sam, please. Please, let's all be seated. Thank you. All right, that's enough. That's enough. That's good. BJ, come. BJ. Sam, take BJ down. Take him down. Hold him down. Take him downstairs. BJ, go and sit down. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. BJ. BJ, go down. Go down. Oh, come on. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's get BJ, please come downstairs, BJ, just gently. We'll take BC, please, 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 please. People have to leave, please, please. I understand. We'll take two more. How many people? We are taking, all right, we are taking some responses. All right, we'll take some responses. Oh yeah, let's get them.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. All right, so we will be taking some comments and responses this afternoon. And I would like to start off with, permit me, I want to give a moment for BJ to return to his seat. All right. Yes. I've been given strict marching orders, and I don't want to exercise the authority of the microphone, but I may be forced to do so. I'm saying this because everyone who's coming up to give a comment has limited time. And Mr. Falana, sir, I stand here recognizing the intellectual capacity that you have. I stand here recognizing that you're coming up to recognize a man of 80 years. But sir, I also stand here pleading with you, sir, that your comments will be short. Please put your hands up for Mr. Femi Falana.
I can assure you I won't disappoint you because I'm not here to make submissions. As an external student of Professor Biodun Jeyifo, I'm delighted to acknowledge publicly that he was one of those lecturers who incited me in Ife to do what I'm doing. Way back in our days in Ife, I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that the likes of BJ, Dr. Gumbiye, Professor Soyinka, and the entire left on campus made it possible for me to graduate. I was very, very riotous, or rather stubborn. And the authorities used to threaten us. But the big gaze of this one will not allow it. But there's an aspect of Professor Jeyifo that has not been mentioned. Yes, we talk about generosity, his humane character. As ASU president, he ensured that all the radical lecturers, all the Marxist lecturers, they were dismissed by the Obasanjo military junta in 1978, were all brought back. They were all reinstated. When it was, I'm talking of Olaoni, Badeoni, Mande, Madunago, all of them. And also, while he was as president, we also went to him. There are some students that have been expelled in other universities, so it can't be a matter of lecturers alone. So again, we brought the Okewos, Shagun Okewos and others who have been expelled either in Unilag or Ibadan, who also came to graduate in Ife. Prof, we want to thank you. I also want to thank you finally for the constant harassment. You normally constantly harass me, Femi. No. Don't do it alone. Get lawyers organized. And I'm happy one of them is here today, Ogaga Ifowodo. He didn't tell you he was expelled in Uniben. Aka deployed me to go and save them. And when this guy was to go to the law school, Mamangida wrote to the law school, you cannot admit this one. Oh. This kind of character cannot become a Nigerian lawyer. And of course, the law school denied admission. I had to go there and told the director, if you don't allow young people like this, then our own tribe, the Akaba Shorums and the following means to be gone. Unfortunately, I went with Aka, and as soon as we came in, the director then, Mr. Bironke, said, Femi, we're very proud of you. He said, yes, that is how we want you to be proud of Ogaga Ifowodo and others too. Prof, thank you very much. But I'm happy to inform you that chapter 2 of the Constitution, we have tried. We now have couples of laws, a number of laws that have made many provisions of chapter 2 justiciable. We are starting a major battle this year. And somebody was talking of education the last time. The case we just won in court, Femi Falana, the Attorney General of the Federation, is that all Nigerian children, every child in Nigeria, shall be given free and compulsory education. We are going to see how we are going to do this year. Secondly, sir, we also have now compulsory health insurance for all Nigerians. It's already a law now. All physically challenged people in Nigeria, there is also a law, disability law, that provides that all physically challenged people shall have free and compulsory education up to senior secondary level. And then free health in all public hospitals. The last one is on National Social Investment Act, which now stipulates that there shall be cash transfer to the vulnerable people in the society. 2, you are going to have a nutritious meal. 1 nutritious meal a day for primary school pupils in Nigeria. I mean, those who don't take egg at home and fish, it's now compulsory. And of course, what they call empower to create jobs for young people. This year, sir, we intend to ensure that we drag the government to court because they made this law. We force them to make the law. But because Nigerians are not aware of the provisions of the law, they are not enforceable. But now we are going to ensure that they are enforceable. So we want to thank you once again, sir, for what you did and for teaching us even outside your classroom. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Falana. Certainly not disappointed. All right. I would also like to welcome Chido Onuma. Forgive me, this microphone seems to be giving out on me. Mr. Onuma is here representing Eddie Madunagu, who couldn't be here, unfortunately. Can I? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. On behalf of the Socialist Library and Archives in Calabar, I bring you fraternal and solidarity greetings from Comrade Edwin Madunagu and the rest of the team. Comrade Madunagu and Comrade BJ were part of the anti-poverty movement in 1975. Comrade BJ is many things: a scholar, public intellectual, revolutionary. In fact, 1/3 of the revolutionary group that embarked on the Odemu expedition, and strangely, nobody mentioned that in all the tributes and conversation that we've had so far. But Comrade, I hope you'll talk a bit about that when you have your interviews with Premium Time. So he's all of this. What many of us don't know also is that he's a chronicler, an archivist, he's a keeper of records, and that has manifested in what today is called the Socialist Library and Archives based in Calabar, perhaps the largest collection of left and progressive literature, if not in Nigeria, if not in Africa, at least in Nigeria. And BJ is the chair of the board, and people spoke about his generosity. He single-handedly has kept Solar alive today. I will employ us to find the time to look at the Solar website, socialistlibraryyandarchives.org. The aim is to ensure that we digitalize all the writings and materials, correspondences, including Dr. Gubi, the letter he wrote to you in 1959, because wear and tear, after a while, these letters won't be available, so we'll be happy to have such materials. So congratulations, comrade. We love you, your energy and strength. We hope in another 10 years we'll be back here or some other place celebrating you. Congrats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Onumo. Our youngest constituents in the room happen to be, at least by educational experience, we do have some undergraduates in the room, and I want to open the floor to two of you. I've got one hand here. Please come down. Anybody else? You could possibly be an undergraduate, sir. If you're in your 20s, let's be more specific. If you're in your 20s, be bold. Anybody? All right, we're closing it. Okay, I've got to, that's a bold man. Please come down. All right.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I want to say that it has been a beautiful experience meeting Dr. BJ, or Professor BJ rather, excuse me for that, through the lens of the beautiful, phenomenal scholars who has introduced him today. I'm Aminat Miskilu, pardon me, and an observation. Two questions intertwined in this. So I would like to make an observation that is like alluding to my undergraduate days. During my undergraduate years at the University of Ibadan, there were strong counter-hegemonic intervention by scholars, both in and outside the classroom, calling for a curriculum disentanglement from colonial dominance. However, in what I have observed up till now, in my early professional years, this imbalance largely persists. For instance, at the freshman level in philosophy, Western philosophers are still highly studied in large volume compared to indigenous thinkers. I mean, you have at the foundational level studying more of Thales and Anaximenes and Anaximenes, because I combine philosophy with communication and language art. We still have that up till now. However, I would still like to ask that, how do we begin to reconcile decades of decolonial critique with the continued dominance of Western epistemologies in our university curricula, especially at the foundational level? This is very close to my heart because I see all of this counter-narrative, but yet nothing has been done up till now. In the absence or inadequacy of institutional provisions for indigenous and African knowledge systems, how do we nurture the intellectual capacity to imagine genuine alternatives? And in such conditions, how do former colonies like Nigeria, of course, and other colonies avoid slipping into what might be described as hired colonialism? These are questions that have stayed with me all through my undergraduate years and up till today, and I really like some kind of enlightenment to it. Once again, congratulations, Professor BJ. It's a beautiful experience being in your presence, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a really great pleasure and honor to be here in front of these beautiful and amazing people. And I want to congratulate the celebrant, Professor Biodun Jeyifo, on your 80th birthday celebration. Mine is a comment, and it's basically about your impact, because I used to be, not used to, I'm a poet. I have about 50 collections of poems, but which I don't have a motivation to actually work on. But me coming here today, and my name is Kende Safiu. I'm sorry for the introduction. My name is Kende Safiu. I'm a news correspondent with the Nigerian Politics Online, MPO Report. So, and when I joined, when I started studying journalism, I was not really motivated about journalism actually, but conferences, seminars like this, and symposiums and seminars like this have actually motivated me. And me seeing a professor that has impacted a lot of lives actually gives me more, more motivation to actually keep pushing. So, and please, my own plea is, I would like you and other prominent people in this house to please help us in also pushing for journalism, because most people we have these days in journalism, we have people who study English, who have law, but I've always have a question on why is it that we have little people who studied journalism who actually take on that course and leave a legacy, just like as we have in terms of English and laws. Most people we have like the like of Fisher Osuyombo, for instance, who studied computer engineering. But if you go in depth into mass communication studies, we have a little depth of it. So please, I would like this symposium to also help us help us in motivating journalists, young journalists, upcoming journalists to also do more. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll be handing the microphone over to BJ so he responds to Aminat's question.
Well, my response will be very brief, Amina, and I thank you for your felicitation. But I just want to raise a problematic with your use of a collective subject, we. How do we, restore indigenous knowledges? You see, you do not problematize that we. You do not introduce class, gender, nationality, and status. You just think, you see, there are certain schools of the reproduction of indigenous knowledges which are consistent with radical class equality. There are some which are not, in fact, which are deliberately calculated to subvert the process of just and equitable redistribution. So you have to problematize that. It's a necessary move, but you cannot have it as a kind of unproblematized collective subject. Please bear this in mind. Please note that I am not treating your subject, your question, frivolously or off-handedly. I'm just saying, please refine. And by the way, this is something I found the keynote speaker. Of course, I expected nothing else. It's not only brilliant, it's very cogent, extremely powerful. So, the concept of the arrested decolonization, which I used in a long ago written essay. I wrote that essay in a period of very deep intellectual and perhaps also emotional pessimism. But today, as I'm actually in the process of editing, so I have about 50 to 60 uncollected essays. Not essays in my books that I'm now collecting into 3 or 4 volumes. And the one on critical theory, I'm actually refining the concept of arrested decolonization. I'm refining it to what I would call serial and unequal decolonizations. Not decolonization in the singular, but serial and unequal decolonizations. And we will be stuck with this beyond our own present time. But one thing I am absolutely sure of, no matter how depressing the current is, the human race has no future that is not post-capitalist. We cannot survive as a species without a post-capitalist, competition will have to take a back seat to cooperation across the different regions of the world. So Amina, please don't leave that subject, collective subject, we unproblematized. Thank you.
For the vote of thanks, can I please invite Professor Tunde Babawale. Professor, if we could have you on stage, please. Is Professor in the room? Professor's not in the room? Okay, Mr. Ajibade will.
Well, his dad died 40 years ago, and they had to just do a memorial, today. So he sent a message that the young shall grow. That's what BJ used to call him in class, Tunde Babawale, that the young has grown. I should tell you that the young has grown, thanks to you. And thanks to every one of you for your patience, and thanks to all the panelists, but particularly thanks to Gopa for the stimulating lecture. Thank you so much. And for your conviviality, we've been told that, this is the way you are, and you've proven it abundantly. Thank you very much. And to our chairman, he's been with us every inch of the way. And, if you know him, you want to close mark. And I would say, look at this, Balogun of Remo man, trying to close mark me, anyway, we say a lot of things behind your back, but, with a lot of thanks today. Thank you very much for being part of this. What else can I say? Thanks to the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism. Motunrayo, you've been wonderful. Thank you so much, for your efficiency and all that, And to Dapo Yomi, well, okay, he likes lording it over me, but well, I grant you that indulgence today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for honoring BJ. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
See you again in 10 years' time.
Please, all of us, we want to sing for BJ. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.